as well as a safe and efficient airport infrastructure.
Our partnership with the Ski Corporation is very tight. They know that the lifeblood of their business is reliant on this airport. Even the people that work here, how proud they are of the product they put out and the care they take with the passengers that come through here, it shows. I couldn't ask for a more talented and dedicated staff than I have, and great partners in the FBO next door. It's important that we take pride in the airport and we take good care of the customers, as we are the first impression for a lot of people. So the first thing they see is when they get off the airplane here and they come through our terminal. It's especially important in Yampa Valley that we keep the right attitude and we take good care of our passengers, because we want them to come back, and because they're a critical component of this community.
It's not by accident the hills and the mountains are protected. And it's not by accident the city today is one of the most desirable cities.
Our forefathers and foremothers had the foresight to see the value of protecting our natural lands and having that open space buffer.
Chautauqua itself was really founded in 1898, so Chautauqua has been a part of Boulder for a very long time. In fact, the buying of the Batchelder Ranch, which is where Chautauqua is today,
Here.
Yates.
Here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So the first thing that we need to do tonight is to amend the agenda. The first thing that would be amended would be to move the presentation by Professor Gross to the item 1B, and then we would move to separate item 8A into item 8B, which is update on evaluations for city attorney and municipal judge, and item 8C, which is appointment of the interim city manager. And then we need to add an item 8A, which is an update from the charter committee regarding emergency suspension of charter provisions.
So moved.
So, very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion to amend the agenda is approved unanimously. And then I think we move on to item 1A, which is a declaration by Council Member Junie Joseph.
Mayor,
Yes, Debbie.
did you want to give the update on the census or the?
Oh, is that here on my agenda? Yes, it is. Thank you for the reminder. So one announcement before Junie starts. The 2020 census is currently taking place. Boulder County is at a 73% response rate, which is very good, but there's still time to respond to the census. And please don't be left out because your response matters. It's safe and easy to complete the census. It is also secure and confidential. No personal information is collected or given out. It takes only a few minutes to complete the questionnaire. And one of the reasons it's important to complete the census is because a great deal of federal and state funding depends on the population of the cities applying for the funding. Please encourage your friends and family to respond by the September 30th deadline. You can respond online at my2020census.gov, or you can call 844-330-2020. Thank you, Debbie, for the reminder. And now we will turn to Council Member Joseph and her presentation. Junie?
Thank you, Sam. It is an honor for me to be reading this declaration this evening, even though Black women and other people of color did not gain access to the ballot box until nearly 50 years later. But Black people, namely African-American women, and countless others not mentioned in history, greatly contributed to the women's suffrage movement. Thank you for the honor. Today, as a community, we celebrate Women's Suffrage Centennial Day, August 18th, 2020. August 18th, 2020 is the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment, which guarantees and protects women's constitutional right to vote. Suffragists began their organized fight for women's equality in 1848 when they demanded the right to vote during the first Women's Rights Convention in Seneca Falls, New York. For the next 72 years, women leaders organized, lobbied, marched, went on hunger strikes, picketed, and protested for the right to the ballot box. They were often heckled, jailed, and sometimes physically abused. Their efforts were realized when the 19th Amendment was ratified on August 18, 1920. On November 2nd of that same year, more than 8 million women across the United States voted in elections for the first time. The 19th Amendment ultimately granted suffrage to racial and ethnic minority women in name only. But women of color had to continue to fight another 45 years for the vote, and their efforts were realized when the Voting Rights Act was enacted in 1965. Today, more than 68 million women vote in elections because of the courageous suffragists who never gave up the fight for equality. And therefore, the city Council of the City of Boulder declares August 18th, 2020 as Women's Suffrage Centennial Day in honor of the countless women whose courage and resolve have contributed and continue to contribute to the character and success of our nation. We urge all residents to join us in the celebration of the universal rights of all people to participate in our democracy.
Thank you, Junie. And I believe here to accept the declaration is Trudy. Trudy?
Yes. Hi, thank you. And thank you, Junie, for those words. I think you took most of what I was going to say and you've said it already. And I'm thankful for that. And thank you all for supporting this. And I had the pleasure of being involved in late 2019 with a group of 30 or more amazing women in Boulder County. And we had planned an event. Some of you know about that. And of course, that event was to happen last weekend, and it did not. And but the people are still involved, which is the wonderful thing. And Junie, what you just said, really having all of us look at the right to vote, and it should be extended to all and extend the efforts of the suffragettes and the women who came after to our current electorate. So I am accepting this declaration on behalf of not only these 30 women with whom I worked, but women of all color, and indeed on behalf of every one of us and our right to vote. For those of you who are interested in pursuing more of this celebration, I know that Chautauqua has something coming up in November. The dairy is working with CWA to do, with CU, I'm sorry, and the JCC is working with CWA, and the Museum of Boulder has also done a number of events around the vote. And the other thing that we, I think, could all do is participate in trying to get out the vote in whatever way we can, through the influencers, through Indivisible, the Y, and certainly the League of Women Voters. So once again, thank you very much for acknowledging this and bringing this to the City of Boulder.
Well, thank you very much, Trudy, for being here to accept that. It's much appreciated. With that, we will move on to item 1B, which is the presentation by Professor Gross of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. David?
And actually, Cheryl Patelli, our Chief Financial Officer, is going to introduce Dr. Gross.
Cheryl? Okay, thank you.
You're on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. So first of all, I just want to thank the audit committee for all of their work this year with our audit. Also my staff, they've done an amazing job, as well as all the staff within the city. We had a great year, and I want to present Professor David Gross. He's a member of the audit committee, also a professor at CU, and he is here to present the results to all of you. So thank you very much, Professor Gross.
Thanks. Yeah, so my name is Dave Gross, and I serve on the Boulder City Audit Subcommittee. The committee consists of council members Swetlick, Wallach, Yates, and myself. And it's our job to assess and interpret the audit of the city's financial statements. It is not the job of this committee in any way to assess the financial position or financial activities of the city, just to comment on the audit. And so the motion on the consent agenda for later this evening is to approve and accept the City of Boulder Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR, and the audit of this report. Note that this is the 5th year that Clifton Larson Allen has audited these statements. It's best practice to consider switching auditors after 5 years, and the city has an RFP out for next year's audit. In many years, on the same evening, the city council would vote to contract with the auditor to audit next year, but because this is the 5th year, there's the RFP. So I'm going to give a brief description of the 4-part process that led us to this point. First, and this is most of the work, the city staff records all financial transactions. Second, the staff uses this information to prepare the financial statements. And these financial statements are produced for each of the city's 40 funds, including general and open space and transportation and municipal property. And for each of these, there are three main types of financial statements. Like a P&L or an income statement, there is the statement of revenue, expenses, and change in net position. Revenue, expenses, change in net position. So all revenue transactions are summarized and categorized by source. All expense transactions are summarized and categorized by type. And from these, the staff computes the resulting change in net change in fund balance, which would be sort of like a net income for a different type of entity. And then similar to a balance sheet, they produce the statement of net position. And these are the assets, what the city owns, the liabilities, what the city owes, and the net position, which under other circumstances we call owner's equity. And the difference between this year's net position and last year's net position is the net change in position from the statement we just talked about, the P&L type statement. And then finally, they produce a statement of cash flows. It documents the sources and uses of cash over the year. For example, for entities that earn a lot of non-cash revenue and pay a lot of non-cash expenses, if they have a lot of transactions on credit, then the statement of cash flows is an important addition to the other two financial statements to assess the true financial health of an entity. It's not so important for the city of Boulder, but it's still produced. These financial statements are public. They can be used by anyone to understand how the city of Boulder operates. Among the questions that can be answered are from where does the city receive its funds? And where does the city spend its funds? And how stable and sustainable is the city of Boulder? And remember, financially stable and sustainable, those are the questions that can be answered. But these and other questions can only be answered if the city is recording its transactions correctly and producing its financial statements correctly. And that's the point of the audit. So that's the third step. These documents are given to the auditor. In addition, the auditor works with the city staff to gain an understanding of the process used to record transactions and prepare the statements. And the auditor ensures that all of these are done in accordance with the rules set by the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB. And well, the results of the audit are a clean opinion. And so the auditor examined all this, looked at it and said, yes, this is a clean opinion. This is the best possible result for the city. So I'll just summarize the opinion on page 20 of the 315-page comprehensive annual report, annual financial report. And it says, in our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city of Boulder. So this is an excellent result. Now, there was one notable non-financial issue. It has been completely corrected, and I'll describe that in a minute. But just to talk about the process, the auditors look for three things. They look for deficiencies, and this is the flaw in the design of a process which might allow for errors. It doesn't mean there's evidence of errors, but the auditor issues a comment on the deficiency. Well, for example, in 2015, this is the 2019 audit. So 2015, the auditors found 14 deficiencies, all related to IT processes. The city's worked extremely hard to address these. So from 14 down to 8 in 2017, 4 last year, 0 deficiencies this year. So they were all corrected and there were no new ones. So the next thing are significant deficiencies. And this is a large deficiency or a combination of smaller deficiencies. And there was one non-financial significant deficiency this year. It's labeled a significant deficiency by the auditor. It's not that big a deal, and I'll talk about it in a minute. And then the third thing that the auditors look for are material weaknesses. So deficiencies, significant deficiencies, material weaknesses. And a material weakness is, again, a large deficiency or combination of smaller deficiencies, but this time the auditor believes there's a reasonable possibility of recording and reporting errors. And there were no material weaknesses. So just to recap, the legacy deficiencies related to IT are at 0 from 14, and there are no new ones. There were no material weaknesses. Let's talk briefly about the significant deficiency that they did find. So here's what happened. The auditors selected a highway program project to be audited. And for this project, the city received money from the Colorado Department of Transportation, CDOT, and it selected vendors for this project from the CDOT pre-qualified vendor list, the list of who you can use. But since the money had originated from the Federal Department of Transportation, the city was also required to examine the Federal Department of Transportation's excluded party list system. when hiring vendors. So who you can't use. And so yes, the state tells you who you can use, the feds tell you who you can't use. And the city was also required to document this. Now, it's my understanding that none of the entities that appear on the federal exclusion list also appear on the state's inclusion list, but this is a bright line rule. The city is not allowed to rely solely on the CDOT pre-qualified vendor list. It should have also examined the federal Department of Transportation excluded party list system and document this. Its failure to do so required the auditor to find a significant deficiency. Again, no financial impact. The city did not hire anyone on the excluded party list. And so, again, a clean opinion. So this was something that came up in the audit, but it is the opinion of the audit committee that this has been dealt with and was not a problem. So again, a clean opinion. I'll also note for the 30th consecutive year and 30 years in total, the city was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association. This certifies that the city went beyond the minimum requirements and prepared reports that evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure. So this was a great job by the city. Again, one sort of situation in which they relied on the CDOT rule, didn't quite realize they had to do the DOT rule, but nothing bad happened. So that's the third step, is the audit. The fourth step is the audit committee interprets and acts on any recommendations from the auditor. And apart from the above, there weren't any recommendations for us to act on. The audit committee then makes a recommendation to the council on whether or not to accept the comprehensive annual financial report of the CAFR and the audit of the CAFR. And the audit committee so recommends. We recommend that the council accept the report and the audit. So thank you for your time.
Very good, David, and thank you for your service, and thank you for helping us out by being the third-party eyes on this. I would ask, does anyone have any questions for David? Great. Well, seeing none, I will thank you again, and we'll move on, and we will vote on accepting the comprehensive annual financial report under the consent agenda. Oops, Mary, you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. I wanted to thank Dr. Gross for his service. Thanks, David. And I also wanted to congratulate the finance staff and team for their 30-year running recognition. That is no small feat. And I have the privilege of working with those guys alongside my colleagues, Bob and Junie, on the budget committee. And it's an outstanding team. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mary. Aaron?
Well, just to echo that, I mean, the city organization and the finances are so complicated, and to get such a clean report is an extraordinary accomplishment. So congrats to everybody. And thanks, Professor Gross, for your time in helping us out with that.
Great. Thank you all very much. Debbie, I believe we're on to open comment. Is that correct?
Yes, we are on to open comment.
Okay, very good. So I believe everyone knows the rules. We have 2 minutes apiece. Tonight we have 20 people who are signing up for open comment. And I will call 3 names and then come back to the first name. And so the second and third will be up next and can get ready. So tonight, our first 3 commenters are Chris Hoffman, Emily Reynolds, and Allie Catherine Wild. Chris, you're up.
Just in case there's anybody here who is not familiar, you will be able to mute and unmute yourself after the mayor calls your name, and I toggle you on as somebody who can speak. So I'm toggling Chris on. Chris, you should be allowed to speak, and you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Great. So I will not be able to speak to you on the 20th because I have a prior commitment. So I'm very happy to have this opportunity tonight. There are so many powerful reasons not to put an Excel franchise on the ballot that it would be hard to do justice to them in 2 hours, let alone 2 minutes. But the bottom line is, there's no bottom line. There is no bottom line. There has been no financial analysis of how much this will cost us. I'm a retired management consultant, but you don't need to be a management consultant to know that it's bad business to sign a contract without knowing the costs. It would be like signing a lease with a landlord without knowing what the rent will be. Agreeing to this would most likely drive up both our taxes and our electricity bills. Taxpayers, per state law, would have to pay for all extra renewables or resiliency needed to meet Boulder's goals. Plus, there is nothing in the agreement about future rates for customers. Xcel plans to spend $7.5 billion in Colorado over the next 5 years in an effort to drive up their earnings 5 to 7% a year. Electricity demand is flat, so to make that kind of money, they will most likely to continue to raise rates as they have done over and over again in the past. The cost of renewables keeps going down, and our rate should too. Las cuentas de electricidad sería demasiado cara. No es justo. Por favor, digan no a una franquicia con Xcel. Electricity bills would be too expensive. It's not fair. Please say no to a franchise with Xcel. Finish the local power cost assessment first, as was promised to the citizens. Allow time for a thorough analysis of the franchise. After you have done that, if a franchise still makes sense, go ahead and put it on the ballot.
Thank you, Chris. Next up, Emily Reynolds, Alec Catherine Wild, and Maureen Eldridge. Emily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate your putting the bedrooms issue on the work plan rather than the ballot so we can have a thoughtful, deliberative process. We've had many impressive central density measures over the years: carriage houses, alley houses, backyard houses, mother-in-law houses, AUDs, tiny houses. Now investment companies want dorms in our family neighborhoods. Already they're reconfiguring houses. At 4th and Cedar, we see 6 separate front door entrances surrounding the house. That way, investors, neighbors say they're from Dubai, can bring in $1,500 per occupant or $9,000 per month. What family is going to be able to pay $9,000 per month? We need to support families here, not in Dubai. Bedroom backers overgeneralize in their public comments in the same heavy-handed way that they bring a lawsuit naming council members because they didn't get their way. They imagine that there's 0.07% of unverified signatures is equivalent to, quote, the voice of the entire community. They say, quote, these people are supposed to be representing us. I find council represents me just fine, instead of allowing bedrooms to circumvent the democratic process, particularly when the discussion concerns a charter amendment not easily reversed. It's important to have community input, not just jam another high-density proposal on the ballot. Clearly, it was a confusing process, but bedrooms exploits this. Thank you for not allowing the shrieking voices of a tiny minority to manipulate the situation. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We have Alec Catherine Wild, Maureen Eldridge, and Claudia Team. Alec Catherine?
Hello, everybody. Right, this is Alec Catherine Wild, and what I have to do again is start with gratitude. I gotta tell you, it's hard to reach for gratitude right now, but I have a mind that works and a mouth that can speak. So I'm from the disability community. Hallelujah. The reason why I've come again to address City Council is to clarify things a little bit from one person's perspective. I no longer have housing in Boulder, and although I could have had advocacy, I didn't have the ability to make a good choice for housing. And the reason is because I lived in Boulder housing, right? Boulder Housing Partners, City of Boulder, subsidized housing, 3 different sites, 5.5 years next to drug addicts who created chaos in the neighborhood. That's a long time to live in housing like that, 5.5 years. The last time I was here, I said that I didn't have access to getting a reasonable accommodation to getting safe housing where I could breathe. It turns out that the housing that I was offered by Boulder Housing Partners was not safe housing for me. So, but the hard part is Boulder Housing Partners tried to get me to betray neighbors who had children. And if these people lost their housing, they might have lost their children. I want the city attorney and the city manager to take some responsibility and investigate some of these claims. I can help. Thanks.
Thank you, Allie Catherine. Next, we have Maureen Eldridge, Claudia Team, and Michael Schreiner. Maureen?
Am I unmuted?
You are.
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for your time this evening. My comments relate to item number 4 on the agenda, the consideration of calling up the plat for the 2150 Folsom development. I represent the developer. Later in the public comments, you will likely hear from the attorney for a neighboring landowner who opposes this project. This neighbor has been trying to block the project since 2015, litigating ownership of a strip of ditch land on the eastern edge of the property, originally conveyed to the ditch company by a deed in 1874. After several years of litigation, it ended, and the ditch company conveyed the property to the developer by a fee simple determinable deed. The neighbors filed a second litigation in August of last year regarding this same 1874 deed. That litigation was dismissed by the Boulder District Court. The judge dismissed this, saying that all of the claims were already or should have been litigated in the 2015 case. The courts have little interest in allowing litigants to keep coming back to the court with new legal theories for a second or third bite at the apple. Despite the neighbors' attempt to block the project by challenging title, they have not been successful in the courts. The decision on the plat is simple. The code requires an update to the preliminary title report to show ownership. The developer has more than met this requirement, providing a preliminary title commitment, the policy, a title report, and an updated title commitment. A title company has put its money on the line regarding good title. The neighbors are in essence asking to add requirements to the code, making the planning board and the city council have the job of interpreting deeds. This is not in the code. The developer has good title to the land and has shown this by more than meeting the requirements under the code. There should not be any further delays on this project. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Maureen. Next, we have Claudia Team, Michael Schreiner, and Blake Stone. Claudia?
Good evening, Council. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in North Boulder. To start, I want to say I'm glad to see a few speakers from Bedrooms Are for People on the list tonight. They can advocate for their cause so much better than I can, but I do want to say I'm grateful for their vision of housing justice and for their creative and tenacious organizing. Both of these things give me hope for Boulder's future. What actually moved me to speak tonight, though, was Councilmember Friend's request to authorize an emergency encampment for people experiencing homelessness, people who are now at high risk for displacement and loss of possessions due to increased police enforcement of Boulder's camping ban. As a middle-class white mom, always securely housed, I likely share more background with people who complain about visible homelessness than I do with our unhoused neighbors and the activists who show up on the regular to protect their right to exist. When I pass encampments, I recognize and work against my own sense of propriety, and I understand the desire to push the uncomfortable out of sight. But at a certain point, and we're well past it here in Boulder, it's not about my comfort, but about basic human rights. Where can people sleep? And where can they spend their waking hours unmolested? Where can they let their guard down and breathe? Sweeping encampments, especially when no legal alternative for residents exists, is a form of brutality, and it does not pass muster with this mom. And no, it's not easy to agree on a location, or locations plural, since it's ridiculous to assume that all unhoused people should live together. I'm very familiar with neighborhood resistance to far less controversial things in Boulder. But denying this conversation needs to occur is a sure sign of privilege and an act of political cowardice. So I want to thank Councilmember Friend for keeping this issue visible and to others who have the courage to discuss it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Michael Schreiner, Blake Stone, and Jim Terrell. Michael?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Great. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I also want to thank you in advance for your service, especially in these very difficult and tumultuous times. 2 minutes goes by fast, so I'll speak quickly. If I sound like an auctioneer, please let me know and I'll ratchet it back a little bit. I'm here to speak regarding the Bedrooms Are for People ballot initiative and to ask you to continue to oppose placing the proposed charter amendment on the ballot. There remains no compelling reason to put this measure on the ballot. Bedrooms chose to put this measure forward this year to take advantage of the higher turnout in even election years, special election years. It is absolutely clear that the charter requires 10% of the average number of registered voters that voted in the last 2 elections. They didn't hit that number even when given additional time. It is also absolutely clear that an amendment to the charter is governed by state law. I was on the campaign finance election working group when we worked to correct some oversights and unintended consequences created by ballot measure 2Q in 2017. In those meetings, it was unanimously understood that charter amendments were governed by state law. I don't know why the city attorney's office gave incorrect guidance. I don't understand why that happened, and there should be some consequences for that. However, given the knowledge of some persons affiliated with Bedrooms who were also on that working group, any reliance on the guidance by the city attorney's office cannot be reasonable. I want to comment quickly on some of the representations made by Bedrooms for their argument that charter amendment should be on the ballot. First, that 8,000 citizens support their initiative. That's false. As indicated in your packet, almost 30% have been rejected by the court or the clerk. Second, that the charter amendment is intended to address discriminatory housing practices. That's also false. The definition of family is broad in Boulder and does not require, as some have suggested, that families can only be heteronormative. I don't think we should equate passion with worth. To do so opens a Pandora's box and creates a precedent for placing any number of ill-conceived measures on the ballot. Again, thank you for listening and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Michael. Next up, we have Blake Stone, Jim Terrell, and Eric Budd. Blake?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
All right. Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Blake Stone, and I am a 16-year resident of Boulder, with roughly half of those years living in an illegal co-op. I'm a volunteer with the Bedrooms Are for the People initiative, and I'm here to clear up several misconceptions about what the initiative does and does not do. 1, it does not apply to dependent children, only adults. 2, it does not alter or ease any existing regulations on accessory dwelling units or building permits. 3, it does not prevent the city from regulating developers or any new construction. 4, it does not increase rent. In order for rent to increase, despite an increase in supply, there would need to be an even higher increase in demand. That is a sudden and substantial increase in people willing to pay more than what anyone was previously willing to pay to live with multiple people. Since Boulder's population has been on the decline and the Bedrooms initiative would merely unlock existing rooms, not create new construction, the law of supply and demand suggests the price would actually fall somewhat. As those who are already living illegally know, sharing a house is not for everyone. The initiative does not prevent the city from enforcing any ordinances that regulate health and safety standards. 6, it does not prevent the city from making new regulations or taxes on the number of vehicles a household may own. 7, it does not increase traffic since most congestion in Boulder is a consequence of workers commuting to and from Boulder. This is obvious since Boulder's congested streets are often those that are on routes out of Boulder, as well as the fact that Boulder's population hasn't increased while traffic has. 8, it does not require LGBTQ people, unmarried couples, and others like myself to live illegally simply because their definition of family is non-traditional. What the Bedrooms initiative does do is limit the number of people per home to a reasonable level without using the antiquated family model. Ohio, California, New York, New Jersey, and Iowa have all found occupancy laws pertaining to unrelated people to be unconstitutional for reasons of equality, due process, and privacy. I hope you would reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Blake. Next up, we have Jim Terrell, Eric Budd, and Alana Wilson. Jim?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Jim Tyrell, and I am the owner of 2150 Folsom. Later this evening, you will hear from my neighbor's attorney around agenda item 4, which is labeled Call Up Check-In. My neighbor has been opposed to this project from the very beginning. Instead of addressing the aspects of this project that he didn't like, since 2015, he has challenged title to an adjacent strip of land. At the planning board site review in June 2019, he said nothing about the size, color, shape, or anything at all about the project. He just asserted falsely that I didn't have a good title. The project was unanimously approved in June of 2019 by the planning board, and the plat was unanimously approved at the July 30th planning board meeting. All the code requirements have been met. We have submitted everything the code requires and then some. My neighbor's attorney, Mr. McGuire, is trying to sow fear, uncertainty, and doubt about the 2150 Folsom title. As you probably know, title companies don't insure property if the title is uncertain. My neighbor is trying to delay this project in any manner he can find in the hope that I will just give up. I won't give up. I can't give up. The project site is currently a couple of ramshackle buildings and weed trees. My project would turn it into a beautiful set of homes and improve the block and neighborhood. My neighbor hasn't been able to get the courts to do what he wants. Now he is trying to have the planning board and Boulder City Council get involved in interpreting the deed and delay the project. Why would O'Toole and McGuire harass a future neighbor so vigorously? No, really, why are they? Can you please ask them? I just don't understand or get it. All I want is for my wife and I to move into our forever home. To stop this development today would set a new precedent and open up Boulder City Council to reviewing title for every project down the road. Do you really want to let litigation prevent housing development in the city of Boulder? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Eric Budd, Alana Wilson, and Linda Sparn. Eric?
Hello, my name is Eric Budd. I live in Boulder, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, a group trying to reform Boulder's discriminatory occupancy limits. As many of you know, the district court judge made a ruling on our case against the city of Boulder on Friday. The judge ruled that the city repeatedly and consistently gave us wrong information. The city clerk, the city and their staff, the city attorney, and members of the city council. But the judge ruled that he lacked the power to correct the wrongs perpetrated by the city of Boulder, giving our campaign bad information about the deadline for submitting petitions. Because only a higher legal authority can compel the city to place Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot, we will now appeal our case to the Colorado Supreme Court, which has the power to right this wrong. In the response from you all, Boulder City Council, you take no responsibility at all. Over the weekend, Blake Fontenay from the Daily Camera gave an official position from the Boulder Daily Camera newspaper. Once a group of citizens has launched a petition drive, council members and other city officials should at worst be neutral observers, responding promptly and accurately to information and requests they receive. The city's leaders shouldn't attempt to obstruct or tamper with petition drives after they have been launched. And that's exactly what you've done. At a time when the pandemic has cost millions of people jobs, strained budgets, and put people at risk of eviction, we must work to pass our housing equity measure to keep our community whole, to keep people housed, and to work toward a more just Boulder. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we have Alana Wilson, Linda Sparn, and Claire Gallagher. Alana?
Alana, you're on the phone. You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We
can. You hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Elena Wilson, and I am an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Most of us here remember well the flood disaster our community experienced in the fall of 2013. We remember where we were living, how we were impacted, and the shock of seeing the devastating power of nature. Many people lost belongings and experienced damage to their homes. Some were displaced from their housing for indefinite periods of time. With respect to an acute shock to our already severe housing crisis, the fall of 2020 has echoes of 2013. The economic impacts of the current pandemic leave many in our housed community vulnerable to eviction and make the situation of our unhoused community members all the more vulnerable. Unfortunately, the City of Boulder policies and laws unnecessarily exacerbate the impacts of such crises. One mechanism of several is through discriminatory occupancy limits that restrict access to housing and make the situation of many thousands of us illegal. In 2013, the house where I lived took in flood refugees and yet was maligned by some community members for being, quote, overoccupied. Similar narratives are being used to undermine the work of Bedrooms Are for People. What they decline to acknowledge is the ways that shared housing allows for living out the values we claim to hold. Resilience to crises like the flood and record unemployment, sustainability through sharing resources and allowing people to live near where they work, and a built-in community that each of us needs as social creatures for mental health and well-being. I am asking you to align your actions with these values and in defense of democracy by putting Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot. You know that we have received bad information and that the rules are anything but clear, which is why the district judge has asked you to clarify those laws for future elections. So please do the right thing and put us on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Alana. Next, we have Linda Sparn, Claire Gallagher, and Dave Rentinger. Linda?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, I'm Linda Sparn, and for 32 years, I've lived with my family in the University Hill neighborhood. The University Hill Neighborhood Association, of which I'm on the executive committee, has for years worked in groups, including homeowners, renters, students, Hill merchants, the university, and the city to ensure the continued vibrancy and safety of our neighborhood. These past few years have been challenging as we are losing more and more family homes to the lucrative, often predatory student rental housing market. Now with the pandemic and the high concentration of student rentals, we face an even greater crisis. I urge City Council to put the Hill neighborhood on your working agenda. Let's work together for all stakeholders to determine how to create truly affordable housing in Boulder and to determine what occupancy limits make sense in the university town. We aren't the first university town to face these issues. The Bedrooms proposed charter amendment does not create affordable, fair housing or maintain healthy, balanced neighborhoods. I thank you, members of City Council, for not putting the Bedrooms Charter Amendment, which did not meet the requirements, on the ballot. Finally, I thank you for your time and for your service to our community. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Next up, Claire Gallagher, David Raduzener, and Joel McGuire. Claire?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Hi, council members. I thank all of you who have upheld our collective duty to direct democracy. My name is Claire Gallagher, and I'm an organizer with Bedrooms for People. I'm disturbed that this council has reigned over the city with personal opinions, blocking direct democracy. When I voted for you, Bob, I never thought you'd vote to block an obvious display of direct democracy. Over 5,000 voters asked simply to vote on a measure that pretty much all of you on city council have said should be voted on, not sent to a bureaucratic working group that will likely result in nothing. We all watched the council on July 21st. It was beyond obvious that no one understood the laws and everyone felt remorse over the confusion. But why should we care about this? For one, so many people right now are living illegally. I am proof that over-occupying to one person per bedroom does create affordable housing. Opponents like to talk about unintended consequences, but I'll tell you an unintended consequence of the status quo. People are not living legitimately as we speak. It should not be considered a rite of passage to live over-occupied in Boulder. I've been here for over 4 years, and roughly 3 of those years were illegal. But I had zero neighbor issues, and I lived with plenty of space. I just got lucky. I never got evicted. Just now, I'm on a lease after being able to afford more in rent. I'm just now getting involved in local politics because I heard that our city essentially condones living illegally. By upholding the status quo, we are engaging in a system that does not work. We've missed out on wonderful potential longtime Boulderites, future stewards of our town due to these housing occupancy laws. I ask you all, even though we're so embarrassed at what has happened due to this ballot measure, to please still put it on the ballot. You still have time, and I just hope that Boulder can vote on it.
Thank you, Claire. Next, we have David Raduzener, Joe McGuire, and Lisa Nelson. David?
I'm not seeing David Reduzener in the meeting, so I suggest we go on to Joel McGuire. And David, if you are in the meeting under a different name, you can communicate with me through the Q&A box, and I'll make sure that the mayor comes back around to you.
Okay, then next we have Joel McGuire, Lisa Nelson, and Kristen Nordback. So Joel?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm here to address the 2150 Folsom project. And I hope you had an opportunity to review my letter to the city attorney and perhaps some of the material. The ditch company's rights in parcel 2 derive from an 1874 document entitled Deed Right of Way, which granted a right of way for an irrigation ditch running through Boulder County. After getting the deed for the right of way, the ditch company never claimed that it owned the ditch property and did nothing on the property other than operate its ditch. In 1900, Charles Cheney received a deed for land which included the ditch property. It was subject to the ditch company's right of way, but it granted fee title to Cheney. Cheney later created the Pine Street addition, where my clients owned property bordering the ditch on the east. In 2015, the developer contacted the ditch company about buying parcel 2. The ditch company's own attorney asked a title company, who owns the ditch? The title company didn't know. The ditch company then filed a quiet title action seeking to obtain title to parcel 2 through adverse possession. It did not claim that it already held title based on the 1874 right-of-way document. The ditch company lost that case. No court has ever found that the ditch company actually owns the ditch property. We contend that it does not. We hope that the action we filed, which is in the Court of Appeals now, will result in a decree determining who owns the ditch. Regardless, the developer has not provided proof that it owns parcel 2. The so-called title report by its own terms does not prove ownership. Therefore, the final plat cannot be approved. If the so-called title report is found sufficient, the ditch company could sell for development any other portion of the ditch property in Boulder County. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Next, we have Lisa Nelson, Kristen Nordback, and Paul Cullen. Lisa?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa Nelson, and I have lived on the Hill for 30 years, ever since I was a law student at CU. This is the only place I have ever wanted to live in my entire adult life. To be a beautiful, historic, dynamic neighborhood in the heart of our city, and I have often thought that there is no better place to live. I am also a long-term renter, and I am keenly aware of the cost of housing. That my landlord charges under market rent, which enables me as an middle income working professional to continue to live here. One of the major issues driving up the cost of housing in my neighborhood is the overwhelming number of investors purchasing every available property. This is driving out long-term residents, friends and neighbors of mine, including single parents, working professionals, and families, and destabilizing our neighborhood. Properties sell at a premium because of the high rents that these investors get, and the bedrooms there are, the more rent they can bring in from the thousands and thousands of CU students whose parents will fund ever higher rent prices. In my experience, the majority of these investment property owners are interested in their return on investment and not in building healthier, thriving communities. I believe the Bedrooms for People initiative will only serve to exacerbate these problems in our community. I care deeply about my community and have spent many years as a volunteer supporting it. I currently sit on the Hill Revitalization Working Group. I just finished a 5-year term serving on the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. I worked for a number of years on the effort to create a special district for our neighborhood, and I worked for years on a public health coalition addressing alcohol and substance abuse use in our community. So I appreciate the time and energy each of you put into our community through your service on council. I know many issues you are tasked with are complex and do not have easy or simple solutions. The ballot issue is the wrong solution for a complex problem facing our community. Good policymaking requires a thorough understanding of the issues. Policymakers need to make informed decisions in order to effectively address these complex community concerns, including affordable housing, which everyone agrees is one of the most pressing issues we face. I'm here to respectfully request that you put the Hill and affordable housing on the work plan next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next up is Kristen Nordback, followed by Paul Coleman and Catherine Lair. Krista?
Hi, This is Kristen back with organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. Thanks to council members Joseph, Swetlick, Brockett, and Friend for their support for direct democracy and keeping their word to put bedrooms on the November ballot. Now a song. Boulder, Boulder, college town, why are things so upside down? Mansions, mansions on the hill, but our friends are homeless still. Bedrooms are for the people. Prairie dogs in colonies, nests for birds and hives for bees. And our squirrel friends live in trees, but bedrooms are for people. Many bedrooms empty lie, while the rent goes sky high. Boulder City Council, why? Bedrooms are for people. Wind and rain and sun and snow, petition gathering we go. Pandemic tried to shut us down, but voters signed from all around because bedrooms are for people. City Council said in May, 5th of August is the day. July came and then they said, we meant June instead. Bedrooms are for people. District judge said, I don't know what the rules are, so we go to the Supreme Court to find if the voters get to speak their mind, for bedrooms are for people. Either way, we ask you now to keep your word and make us proud. Let the voters have their say. Put bedrooms on the ballot today. Bedrooms are for people. Everybody, everybody sing along, because when we're all singing this song, bedrooms are for people. City Council, hear what we say. As you can see, we're not going away. Put bedrooms on the ballot today. Bedrooms are for people. Bedrooms are for people. Bedrooms are for people.
Thank you, Krista. Next, we have Paul Cullen, Catherine Lair, and Corey Donahue. Paul?
Paul, you may need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Sorry, I got too excited by that song. It's a tough act to follow. I'm Paul Coleman, 3555 Silver Plume Court in Boulder. COVID-19 is a serious problem, but it will pass. We will reach a new normal in a year or two. The city's budget shortfall is a problem, and that too will pass. Global warming, on the other hand, will be with us for the rest of our lives, for generations to come. Appropriately, Boulder has declared a climate emergency. We see the smoke. Global warming is here right now. We know what we do now matters because our actions can make global warming worse. Every molecule of carbon dioxide counts. Excel is currently emitting at the rate of around 19 or 20 million tons of CO2 per year. They propose to attempt to cut that down to 6 million tons of CO2 in 2030. That adds up over the next 10 years to about 140 million tons of CO2 that will stay in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. We should seriously evaluate our options to do better than that. Getting a franchise agreement with Excel is not an emergency. Boulder can do better. Boulder should do better. Boulder must do better, because as of yet, unborn generations are depending on us. To these future generations, COVID-19 will be at most a sidebar in the history books. They will not care one bit about our little budget problem. They will be living through much worse effects of global warming than we are experiencing today. Let's not make it any worse for them. Recommit yourselves to reaching Boulder's climate goals, one of which is 100% renewable generated electricity by 2030. Thank you for your engagement on this issue.
Thank you, Paul. Last two speakers are Catherine Lair and Corey Donahue. Catherine?
Catherine, there you go.
I'm here. I'm Katie Lear. I am not affiliated with anyone and I will not be singing. I wanted to say that the people camping illegally in Boulder and those defending this behavior, many from outside of Boulder, are creating an unbridgeable divide. Due to the high levels of criminality, the resources of the police, city manager, city council, and taxpayers is spent chasing impossible solutions. These camp residents should not be confused with residents of Boulder in dire need, those who want help and those who have fallen on hard times. Squatting in a camp does not make you a resident of Boulder, yet somehow commands the attention and resources in our town, and the transients passing through somehow dampen the support for other homeless people, and no one feels safe. The business owners, landlords, students, commuters, the people trying to raise families, we are victims of property crimes, sexual misconduct, and assaults every day, many committed by the very people in these camps. Do we have numbers and data on how many people are living in the encampments and how they spend their days? Or does our privilege and desire and safety desires disqualify us from getting answers to these questions? Sadly, we are the funders of these programs, but we have been ignored in equal measure to what we have been told we must pay for. Our businesses are robbed, the facilities violated, our homes have been burgled, bikes stolen in broad daylight with bolt cutters, and yet more is asked of us, and we are told that we are lucky. Advocates like the Progressives for Boulder create a schism in our town, and it's a bright line. Some needs are considered and some ignored. Some people pay and some receive. I say to you, we don't want to be asked to tolerate a permanent camp filled with soiled clothing, human waste, stolen goods, and drug paraphernalia. We don't believe permanent legal camps are an appropriate management tool to fight COVID-19. The silent majority want to be able to enjoy the parks we have funded without getting stabbed with a needle or screamed at by a drug addict. The silent majority has had it. Please listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And the last speaker tonight will be Corey Donahue.
Hello, my name is Corey Donahue, and I guess I'd like to speak to that last person for being pretty gawky for the silent majority. Saying who is not a resident of Boulder isn't for her to judge. I was born and raised here. I was born in the old Boulder Community Hospital, and there are people on our streets that do need our help. And I think that it's kind of rude of her to think that she's the only Boulder resident. I mean, we can talk about the people who lived here 100 years before. Anyway, I'm looking forward to council members' friends' proposal to abolish the police. She seemed to be really about that on Twitter, so we're waiting for that. But I'd like to speak about the, bedrooms are for people. We're talking about, oh my God, there's homeless people on the street. They can't afford to live in Boulder. We have bedrooms. There's empty buildings. Can't do that. Pass a vacancy tax. I mean, there's simple answers here. One of you guys was some CEO of some, corporation. You didn't do anything. Other people did. They told you what to do. But that's what we're telling you what to do, because you don't know what to do. You guys like I said, born and raised here, traveled the world, shamed every time I come back and see how bad you guys are treating people of Boulder. You're silencing people's voices, not letting us vote. What do you take us for, clowns? Like, you live in our community. Sam Weaver has a house in our community. Bob Yates has a house in our community. Jane Brundgett, thank God you're leaving. You fucking initiated the no camping ban. This is your fault. You did that unequivocally. You did that without the vote of the people. I was there in your office in 2010. You are a disgrace, and I hope, I pray, I will celebrate the day you get out of this town. You are a horrible human being, and this is the majority of your fault, because you just wanted to, stop the Occupy protest. Good job. Now it's even worse. Fucking moron. City Council.
Hey, thank you, Corey. That was very eloquent. I'd turn now to city staff and see if they have any comments in response.
No comments, thank you.
And I don't. Tom? No. And I don't see any hands up, council, so I will assume that there is no council comment. Correct? Okay, very good. Then we can move on. Debbie?
Sam, my hand's up. Sorry, I was a little bit late in putting it up. This is Rachel.
Rachel, go ahead.
I did want to comment on a couple things. First, I wanted to thank Allie Catherine, who was an early commenter and shared that she has moved out of Boulder, but was still commenting in ways that we could improve our services. And it takes a lot to come to comment, especially when you've moved. I appreciate going that far to try and help Boulder be a better place. So thank you, and happy trails wherever you've moved. And second, we had some commenters on
my hotline post about temporary sanctioned encampments during COVID. And I just wanted to let people know that we're not going to be able to vote on that, I think, for 2 weeks, because we can't do it tonight. And I think next week's a study session. So it will probably be 2 weeks. I think I'm seeing Jane nod yes in 2 weeks. So just wanted to let the community know that that won't be up tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. I don't see any other hands here. So, okay, Debbie, we'll try again.
On the agenda is the consent agenda. You have items A through C.
Very good. And does anyone have any comments or questions about items on the Aaron?
So I had a financial question, but are we doing are we going to get into the financial update later? So maybe I'll hold off on that.
There is a financial update coming later, yes.
Okay, yeah, so it was part of the audit bit, but I will just wait and talk about it during the financial update. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Then Mark, I see your hand.
Yeah, I guess I have a question for staff on the mobile home ordinance. We're getting a number of comments from mobile home residents that indicate that it is their belief, which may or may not be the case, that the proposed ordinances are actually weakening what currently exists. If that's the case, we should discuss it, but if that is not the case, then I suggest we have some better outreach to those communities to explain why that is not so. Because we have gotten several emails to that effect. I don't know who wants to comment on that, but.
Yeah, so with us tonight is Crystal Launder, and Crystal is part of our Human Services and Housing Department, and she has been working with the mobile home community on this. So Crystal, can you answer those questions?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So would you like my video on, or does it matter?
You're good.
Okay, so Mark, the reason that 3 of the items are being repealed from Chapter 1012 or 3 of the provisions is because they now exist at the state level. And I believe that's what that is referring to. So those items that I have seen addressed, I don't know if you've received additional emails that I wasn't copied on, but those all now exist at the state level. The program that exists there is funded. So they actually have a $24 per lot amount that for every mobile home lot in the state of Colorado that's funding that program. The staff is trained in working with the Mobile Home Park Act. So I think, you know, those will be well serviced there. And I believe that that's what they're referring to, but I may have not seen the email to which you're referring. And I also have reached out to the 2 people that I did see who included me. I have reached out to have a conversation with them.
Look, I found it improbable that we would be weakening our mobile home protections. I was simply commenting that if that's the perception, we need to be addressing the perception. And that's really the substance of my comment.
Mark, we'd be really happy to provide more information in the second reading memo to take your question and make sure that we have the detail that you need. But my understanding is that Crystal is exactly right. We lobbied for some time to get the state law to do some of the things that Boulder did. They did, so they're not necessarily in Boulder anymore. And we will do a better job of communicating it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Bob.
If there are no more questions, I was going to move the consent agenda.
Very good. Okay, there's been a motion and a second for the consent agenda. This is a show of hands. So is there anyone who does not want to pass the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, it passes unanimously.
Okay, next on the agenda is your call-ups. Your first item is item 4A, call-up consideration for 2150 Folsom, the final plat.
Very good. And I'm looking for hands here. I don't see any hands. So does anyone have any desire to call this up? I don't think so, Debbie.
Okay, your second item is the call-up consideration for 1750 15th Street. site review.
And Sloan Walbert is going to do a presentation, a short one about this item.
Sloan, I think you're on mute because I can't hear you. Says you're not, but we're not able to hear you. I'm wondering if your microphone is having difficulty. Would you like to call into the meeting and use audio that way? Okay, I'm going to send you the phone number in the chat, okay? Bear with us, folks. You know, Sloan's presented before without any issue, so Zoom is a little bit unpredictable sometimes. Okay, Sloan, I'm sending you the phone number in the chat box. I think that might be you, Sloan. You may have to press *6 to unmute yourself. I think we're good. Yes, can you mute your computer though, so you're not echoing?
Okay, does that work better?
Still hearing you. You may turn your volume down completely on your computer.
Okay, there we go. All right, sorry about that. I had a little mishap with coffee in my laptop today. Trying to get through it. So tonight you're being asked to consider whether to call up a site review application for the redevelopment of the properties at 1750 15th Street and 1580 Canyon Boulevard with a nearly 149,000 square foot, 3-story mixed-use building with approximately 14,000 square feet of commercial space on the first floor and 147 residential units on 4 levels. So in terms of, I don't know why it's doing that. Sorry, guys. All right. So the project is required to complete the site review because the development meets the thresholds for required concept plan and site review in the Downtown 5 Zone District. A concept plan was reviewed by Planning Board and City Council last year. And through site review, the proposal includes a request for a 31% parking reduction. Planning Board reviewed the proposal at the end of last month and voted to approve the site review application. A summary of the board's discussion and the motion language was found in the staff memo. The proposal was also reviewed by the Design Advisory Board since the site is located within the interface area of downtown Boulder and is subject to the downtown urban design guidelines. So the approximately 2-acre site is located on Canyon Boulevard, east of 15th Street. It's located approximately 2 blocks southeast of the Pearl Street Mall. It is within the Central Area General Improvement District, also known as CAGID, and is located within a downtown area that is expected to change given that underlying zoning of DT5, which allows for large-scale development potential within the downtown core. In fact, the allowable floor area ratio for DT5 is one of the highest in the downtown zone districts. The site is impacted by the 100-year floodplain and the high hazard zone of Boulder Creek. However, the building would be located without those, outside of those zones within the 500-year floodplain. The site contains 2 buildings built in the 1950s and 60s. It's dominated by surface parking with limited interior landscaping, as you can see. The North Boulder Farmers Ditch runs along the south end of the property with some mature trees located along the banks of the ditch. The proposal is for a mixed-use development. The ground floor commercial uses total approximately 14,000 square feet. The current proposal is for restaurants, offices, or retail sales in those spaces. The residential portion is proposed to contain a mix of efficiency living units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedroom units. The apartments range in size from approximately 300 square feet to 1,600 square feet. In terms of parking, no parking is required for the non-residential uses since the site is located within CAGID, and 1 parking space is required for each dwelling unit for a total of 147. The below-grade parking garage contains 102 vehicular and 27 moped or motorcycle parking spaces. Thus, a 31% parking reduction has been requested. The site design is for a generally piano-shaped building, primarily oriented toward Canyon Boulevard and 15th Street, but addressing all street frontages and the creek. As I mentioned, the parking garage is located below grade, which is accessed by a ramp on 15th Street. There are direct commercial entries proposed on Canyon Boulevard, and a loading and service access for the commercial uses is located on 16th Street. A multi-use path is proposed along the north side of the ditch. The portion of the building facing 15th Street has been pushed back from the street to accommodate an outdoor amenity and seating area, bike parking, and rain gardens. And 2 interior courtyards are punched into the building to provide common open space. The main residential entry on 15th Street would be transparent to provide a visual connection through the building to these interior courtyards. There's also a 3rd floor rooftop terrace proposed on the northwest corner of the building. The building is 3 stories and 38 feet in height. The design is contemporary with a modern aesthetic. The building has been broken into separate forms to break up the mass and scale. Building materials include storefront windows, fiber cement siding, sandstone lip panels, some metal cladding, and metal accents. And there are generous glazing and masonry elements to define the commercial portion of the building along Canyon. And as I described in the memo, staff and planning board find the project consistent with the goals, objectives, and recommendations of the comprehensive plan, and also as well as all applicable site review criteria. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you, Sloan. Mary has her hand up, and then Rachel and Mark.
Thank you, Sloan. And I see Charles here as well. Thank you. So just a comment, I have no interest in calling this up. And I do have one question regarding the Alternative Transportation Fund. I just wanted to learn more about that. I didn't see much in the memo, but maybe I missed it, but yeah, I just wanted to learn more and see how it might be something that could apply to other projects.
Sure. Thanks for the question, Mary. This is a bit of a first. We typically see alternative transportation funds set up in projects where there's not enough units to actually support an eco-pass program, where we're not meeting the minimums for RTD's program. 2150 Folsom, which we just heard about, is a good example. Was a 8-unit project to support eco-passes, so they did an alternative transportation fund so that they have regular monies to support alt modes, things like car share, bike share. So this is the first project we've actually seen in Boulder where we have an eco-pass program as well as an alternative transportation fund. It was something that just came out of discussions with the applicant and a desire to have a really robust TDM plan. So we've used it in a handful of projects, like I said, that typically can't support an eco-pass program. So this is a bit of a first.
So how is that managed? Where do those funds live and how is it distributed?
It's all the owner and management that's going to be responsible for managing the funds and the yearly increase that was built in. So it was something that we would have to be enforce against if we heard complaints about, but it would be up to the owner to continue to manage. But it is a condition of approval, so they would be required to do it.
And so those funds are made available to residents?
It's the management of the building, from what I understand, that will administer the program.
But so a resident.
And that's correct. That's correct. Residents have access to that to pay for things like bike share or ride sharing, those types of things.
Okay.
And I would just add that the planning board added an additional condition or modified the staff condition to require them to have a management plan that they would submit to the city so we could review how they're planning to do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was unfamiliar with that option.
Thank you, Mary.
And just one more comment. The building is much improved from what we saw at concept. So thank you to the applicant.
Okay, very good. And then Rachel and then Mark. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Sloan. I also do not want to call it up. And it's maybe a bit of a random question, but when I was reading it, it's also transportation related. I noticed that there were 92 bike parking spots or something like that. And I was thinking with the reduced parking spot allocation, I assume we want people to be on bikes and public transit, but a lot of us are using e-bikes. And so I wondered, without having to take an e-bike into your apartment, is there a space that a lot of people will be able to charge e-bikes in kind of those common areas? And if not, could that be looked at?
Sure. I'm not aware of them having that planned, but that is something they could accommodate in their long-term bike parking. But that's a good suggestion for the applicant for sure.
Thanks.
Great. Mark?
2 questions. The first, one of your slides mentioned that the residential space is on 4 levels, but I take it there's only 3 stories to the building. How do we do that?
That's correct. So there are some units proposed on the garden level of the building. Okay. So based on our definition of stories, it is a 3-story building, but there are some units on the garden level adjacent to the parking garage. And those are on the creek side of the building. So due to the topography, they'll still have some daylighting of those units.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, thank you and Charles for the presentation. My other question is about parking. The 70% or the 30% reduction in parking. How does that compare to what we have done, for instance, at Boulder Junction or projects like the Park Mosaic or the Rev or what was planned for Alpine Balsam? My question is, are we actually going to be able to get people who don't want to use cars, or are we going to get 30% of the residents putting cars somewhere else in the neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to the Park Mosaic project. They did ask for a parking reduction there, but it was due to tandem. They have tandem parking spaces. So if you counted the tandem parking spaces in the garage and they actually met the parking, I think what's a little bit different in this circumstance is the context. They are located in an area that is very easy access to transit, to employment centers.
So that, that's part of the parking reduction criteria.
What did we do for parking reduction, for instance, at Boulder Junction?
I can't recall what the percentage was off the top of my head, Mark, but it's pretty typical that we see between a 30 and 35% reduction in most of these types of projects. If you could give me a couple minutes, I could dig it up, but I don't know off the top of my head.
You can get back to me offline. I'm happy to have less cars. I just want to make sure we actually have less cars and not just the same number of cars in different spaces, i.e. the neighborhood.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I see no more hands up. I will call on myself briefly. I had no intention of calling this up. The building is much, much improved over what we saw at concept. So thank you to the developers for that. And I do know that we got a analysis of why affordable housing couldn't be on site here. I am a little disappointed that we couldn't press ahead with something creative there because there were 2 properties, so it would have been possible to put different buildings on the different properties. But on the whole, this is a big improvement over what we saw at concept. So thank you to everyone for that. Aaron?
Yeah, I certainly don't want to call it up either. I'll just say the project has come a long way, and it's great to see this housing and this mix of housing types right in the center of downtown, close to all the bus lines and with great walkability and such. So much needed housing. Great to see it come through.
Great. Okay, Debbie, I think that we don't have any desire to call either one of these up.
Okay. So our next agenda is the public hearings. The first public hearing this evening is the second reading of Ordinance 8418, the landmark designation of 2692 11th Street.
And Marcy Cameron is here to make the presentation. Marcy?
Good evening. Oh, thanks, Chris. There we go. All right, so good evening. Starting off with the procedure for tonight's quasi-judicial public hearing. I'll give a staff presentation followed by the owner's presentation. The public hearing is then opened for public comment, and at the end, the owner has a chance to respond to anything that was said. The public hearing is then closed and the city council discusses, and a motion requires an affirmative vote of at least 5 council members to pass the motion. Tonight, you may either approve or modify and approve by ordinance, or you may deny the designation. The criteria for your review is found in 911.1 and 911.2 of the Boulder Revised Code, and that's whether the subject property meets the criteria for landmark designation, conforms with the purposes of the ordinance, and is in balance with the goals of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. If designated, this would be our 202nd individual landmark. The process is pretty straightforward. The owners submitted the landmark designation application back in February. The Landmarks Board saw it in June and recommended unanimously to council that it be approved. And it was on your consent agenda earlier this month, and here we are in the public hearing. The property is located on the northeast corner of Delwood and 11th in the Newlands neighborhood. The house was constructed in 1919 and is an example of a vernacular frame house with bungalow elements. And those elements include the exposed rafter tails. Hard to see in these photos, but the window surrounds are tapered. And then there's also an interesting use of shingles along the base and lap siding above. And so while it's a relatively simple building, it does have these bungalow elements that I think is easier to notice as you walk by in the neighborhood than is captured in the photos. You also see that the front porch was removed. That happened in 1967, over 50 years old. And at that time, it was replaced with the entry vestibule that you see today. In terms of its criteria for landmark designation, it is significant for its date of construction in 1919. And in its 100-year history, only 2 families have owned it. William and Catherine Austin constructed the house in 1919 and lived there until 1945. from Illinois, and he was a fruit farmer and then later a building carpenter. And then the Estes purchased the property in 1945, and over the last 75 years have owned and lived there. The Estes, I hope you'll have a chance to read the memo, which goes into a lot more detail. They moved from Missouri. There's an oral history from Bob Estes that he arrived in October as a young child. They came here with his family because his brother had asthma, but they camped at the Municipal Auto Park, which is now Evan G. Fine Park, and it snowed 8 inches that night. He attended Boulder Prep and later studied engineering at CU, but dropped out when his father passed away unexpectedly. And that's when he started in the printing business. He worked for the Boulder County Miner and the Daily Camera, and then purchased the Boulder County Miner and Farmer newspaper in the 1950s and opened Estes Printing, which some of you may remember. It's located on 14th and later 15th. So in terms of its architectural significance, as I mentioned, it's an example of vernacular frame construction with bungalow elements. And it is one of the earlier houses in the Newland subdivision, which was largely agricultural through 1950s, 1960s, and then developed in that post-war era. In terms of its environmental significance, the house is well integrated into its site. It maintains its traditional landscaping, and then as it's located on the corner of 11th and Delwood, it is a visual landmark in the neighborhood. So with that, the staff and the Landmarks Board recommends the boundary be established to follow the property lines, which is what the owners have proposed and is best practices. So staff and the Landmarks Board recommend that the council designate the property as the Austin Estes House. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you, Marcy, for the presentation. Do any council members have questions? I see no hands up, so I guess we can. Mark, do you have a question?
Just a quick one. I assume this is a cooperative effort with the owners of the house.
Yes, they've owned it for 75 years and submitted the application back in February.
Thank you.
Very good. Any more questions? Seeing none, we can turn to the public hearing. And I believe that we have one person signed up for the public hearing tonight, and that's Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you'll have 3 minutes.
Marcy, I love your job. I love your job. God, the fact that these people went to a parking camp place at Eben Fine Park and it snowed, like how cool. Like our history around here is so great. And we're going back to history with this virus, believe me. But yeah, I support this 100%. It sounds great. And the historical content of these folks in the printing industry and journalism and all is fabulous. So go for it. Yeah, sweet. Thanks. Done. Bye.
Great. Thank you, Lynn. With that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to council for discussion. Or oh, Marcy, you have something?
Sorry, the owner is here and
oh, thank you.
Would like to speak.
Great, please.
Marcy, is the owner in the meeting or do I need to bring them in as a panelist?
She's here as an attendee. It's Janice Estes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just bring her in for you then. We can see you, Janice. You need to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, I just want to thank you all for considering this. I want to thank the Landmarks Board and the Historic Boulder people, particularly Marcy Cameron, for all the hard work that they did. I'm so lucky to have lived in Boulder, to have been born in Boulder. My mother was born in Boulder, and we lived in this wonderful house in this wonderful neighborhood. And I'm pleased that you would consider landmarking our house as something that is not fancy, but worthy of the working ethic of Boulder and good people. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's it.
Very good. Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I think we bring it back to council, right, Marcy? Did I miss anything? Okay, so open for discussion or a motion. Mary?
Yes, I move that we adopt Ordinance 8418, designating the property at 2962 11th to be known as the Austin Esty Residence as an individual landmark under the City of Boulder Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Second.
Great. Mary, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, you know, it's really a very simple house, but in its simplicity, it is quite lovely. And I appreciate that longtime owners have chosen to landmark it, and congratulations.
Very good. And Mark, would you like to speak to this?
No, I really have nothing further to add. I think it's an elegant structure. It has historical connotations, and I will be happy to have it approved as a historic landmark.
Very good. Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I will also say thank you to the owners for bringing this forward. This is a wonderful example of a working class home, and we love to be able to preserve those. And thank you to Marcy and all the staff for such a great job doing the historical research on this. So with that, we have a motion and a second. And Debbie, I believe this is a show of hands. Is that correct?
I believe we're passing that ordinance. Is that correct?
It's a roll call, Sam.
It's a roll call. Okay. Very good.
All right. So let's see. Councilmember Young.
Always catch me by surprise when I'm first. Yes.
Councilmember Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Yes.
Nagel. Sweatlick.
Aye.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Yes.
Yates.
Let's make it unanimous. Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Very good. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Marcy.
Rachel?
Thanks. I just wanted to flag for 2 weeks out that we're all pretty enthusiastic that the first owner of this house was camping at Eben G. Fine when he first got here. And I think we cleared that encampment today. And I just want to make the point that we have a tendency to stereotype and look down on people who camp here. And this individual went on to create a good working family home in Boulder. And so I would just ask that we keep that in mind. Thanks.
Okay. Debbie?
Okay. Your second public hearing this evening is second reading, a motion and a consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8411, which is the newer initiative, or the second reading and consideration of a motion to order published by title only and adopt ordinance 8412, the newer alternative.
And I have a brief presentation. Okay, so the background. This is a petition to amend the Boulder Revised Code. As opposed to some of the other measures you've discussed, this is not a charter amendment. Therefore, it only required a number of signatures equal to the 10% of the number of voters in the last two municipal elections. That number was 3,336. The committee collected 3,589 valid signatures. Council must pass ordinance 8411. You have no discretion because they met the charter standard. It does not have to be passed, however, if the committee decides to withdraw. The council members in the committee have been working on an alternative 8412, which is the second matter before you, either as a substitute or if the committee withdraws as an alternative the committee does not withdraw as an alternative competing measure, although council members have not shown any interest in putting this on as a competing measure to 8411. It would be dependent on the committee withdrawing. The committee actually drafted this alternative. We just put it together, and I'm going to describe a little bit what the differences are. 8411 would require the city to provide legal representation to any tenant facing eviction, including any legal procedure under state law, any termination of Section 8 assistance, and any appeal arising from those. It would create a tenants committee, which would oversee the legal services coordinator, a person who's appointed to run this, provide feedback on that person's performance. It would have 5 members, none of whom are tenants, none of whom own real property, and they would be paid a stipend of $1,000 a year. The city manager's office and the city attorney's office would be required to provide support to the legal services coordinator and the tenants committee. And there is an annual reporting requirement of about 15 items that would have to be reported every September 1st. There's a fee included. It's $75 per dwelling unit on every licensed rental property. It's adjusted for inflation. There's an exemption for owner-occupied properties, for roomers, and to what I refer to as a sabbatical exception, which is a one-time or once every 3 or 5 years time that people can rent their home when they're away out of Boulder County for a period not to exceed 12 months. Affordable housing is not exempt, although there is some question that's been raised about whether or not under state law the fee would apply to affordable housing units. This is the proposed ballot title for Ordinance 8411, which is included and was drafted by the committee. 8412 is the council alternative. It adds a rental assistance program, and as I said, it was drafted by the petitioner. It has all of the same requirements as 8411, except it adds a rental assistance program. This is the proposed ballot title, again, for 8412. There's at 510, David Gear posted on Hotline another version of 8412 with which he's been working with the committee on. It would convert the fee into a tax. It includes Tabor language. It adds a tax provision to the code. It would dedicate the tax to administrative costs, eviction representation, and rental assistance. You'll notice in that version, if you've seen it, there is a blank in the number of the required Tabor language about how much will be generated in the first year. That's something we'd like council's advice on how to fill in. There are approximately 23,000 rental units, dwelling units with rental licenses in the city. That would generate, at $75 each, would generate about $1.7 million. There's some likelihood that that number will grow in the next year. So we would recommend something like 1.8 million or even 2 million to be safe. You'll recall that under Tabor, if the revenue exceeds the amount in the ballot title, you either have to give it back or pass another ballot measure to retain it, which we had to do with the sugar sweetened beverage tax. This is a little bit easier to predict. So we would recommend something in the order of $1.8 million. Council questions?
Very good. Apologies for that. I've got Adam, Bob, Mary, and Mark. Adam?
Tom, I'm not sure if you're the right attorney to ask this question to, but the language of dwelling units, what does that mean for efficiency living units since they're generally not considered a single dwelling unit? Does that mean they would be prorated in some way?
No, I think they are considered a, I'll look up the definition of dwelling unit. I have it right in front of me. I think that they are included as a dwelling unit. So if you're renting an efficiency apartment, it would count as a dwelling unit.
Okay, I just know that sometimes they're not counted.
Yeah, I think for the purposes of rental licenses, they are.
Okay, perfect. That clears it up for me. Thank you.
Great. Bob?
Thanks, Tom. Two things. First, as we consider what amount to put in for the Tabor language, if that's the path we go down, I know that the ballot measure, actually both of them, have a CPI escalator. Does that, the amount that we put in for Tabor purposes, automatically go by that CPI, or is it possible that after years and years of inflation, we could hit that limit?
So the Tabor amount is only the amounts collected in the first year.
Got it.
The CPI would not kick in.
So if we picked $2 million, we're pretty safe.
Yes. My worry about going too high is that it could be considered a misrepresentation.
Okay.
And so 2 million would be a 6,000 increase in the number of, I think that's right, a 6,000 increase in the number of dwelling units in a city in 1 year. I think that's unlikely. So
1.8 would be better.
Is safer.
Great.
And remember, so one of the things I should also say is there's a stronger argument that affordable housing units are not, certainly the ones run by BHP, are not subject to the tax under state law. So if it's a tax, it's pretty clear that they don't have to pay it. So it would be fewer dwelling units reduced by whatever number of units BHP runs. So the number would go down a little bit too.
Okay, thanks. And then this is probably more of a comment. I think that the ballot champions have referred to this as no eviction without representation. But I noticed that the ballot title that's proposed is no evictions. You don't really have to comment on that, but when they speak a public hearing, it would be helpful for them to let us know what ballot title they would prefer, eviction versus evictions.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. Mary?
3 questions. One has to do with the administrator who is overseen by the committee. Would they also have a staff supervisor, or would they be wholly supervised by the committee? And has that?
Sorry, Mary, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. That's my question, my first question anyway.
Okay, so the initiative provides that they serve at the pleasure of the city manager. So I would assume that there would be the city manager would delegate the day-to-day supervision of that person to someone in the city.
So, and then the committee would provide the feedback to whoever is overseeing that person.
That's the way I would interpret it. Also, inconsistent with our charter to have a city employee who could be hired or fired by someone other than the city manager. Right.
That was my curiosity about it. And then in the list of things, it provides for a stipend to the committee members. And I'm wondering, should that be listed in the list of uses for the tax?
Well, I think it would be the administrative cost.
Okay.
So it could. It's in the ballot title, I believe.
Okay. And then the exemption for affordable housing for BHP, would that include other affordable housing in and around Boulder?
I don't know. I have not examined the state law. I know David has had some conversations with Jeremy Durham on their position on that. And it's a complex area of law. We go back and forth with Boulder Housing Partners on what they do have to pay and what they don't have to pay. I think as any nonprofit that's tax exempt would have an argument that they don't have to pay it.
Okay. I think it would be helpful to all affordable housing providers to have that clarity going into the election.
Of course.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Very good. Mark?
A couple of comments, a couple of questions. I want to thank the sponsors of this for working with the city to what I think improves their initiative considerably, including the table language and the use of funds for rental assistance. I think those things improve it greatly. My question, Tom, is it is quite clear, there's language in there that says we have to fully fund this program. I assume there is no obligation to provide funds outside of what we collect.
That's correct, Mark. My reading of the initiative is that it says the funds for this shall come from the fee or the tax.
Okay, and do you feel, I don't think anybody, if this should pass, we don't want to do this again. I mean, is 1.9 million a little safer than 1.8, or is that running up against some of those other concerns?
No, it's a judgment call on your, there's no case law that says you can't go too high. And I know some cities go very high. I think you might get an argument from the proponents that you were discouraging people but from voting for it if you go with too high a number, or that it's a misrepresentation. I know we went through this, as I said, with the sugar sweetened beverage tax. It was impossible to figure out how much soda people bought in a year. So the we took a guess based on what the proponents told us, and it far exceeded that. I think that since we know how many dwelling units have rental licenses in the city, anything in around 1.7 to 2 million is defensible.
And then I would urge us to consider the slightly higher number. I don't think we'll have any impact on the appeal of the initiative, but it just is a little more protection that we don't somehow end up having to do this again or give back money to people we can't identify.
Yeah.
Just my thought.
And I would just colloquy on that, Mark, that when the proponents testify, they might give us their opinion on what they would like to see the tabor limit set at.
Okay. I just want, if it's going to work, I just want it to work. And whatever they're comfortable with is fine.
Very good. Aaron and then Adam. Aaron?
Yeah, so Tom, it was news to me that the tax version versus the fee version of the ballot initiative would then leave affordable housing providers not subject to it. You mentioned state law. Is there something specific in state law beyond like the nonprofit status of housing providers? Like, can you go into that a little bit more, please?
I can't. This is not something that we've done, and I have not researched it yet. That's what David Gear told me this afternoon, that's the position of BHP, that they would not have to pay it. He felt fairly certain, but remember, this is not something that's come through my office. I did this as a courtesy. So I'm not really prepared to answer that, Aaron.
So would the fee approach have the same implications? Do we know?
There is an argument. I think that BHP takes the position that they're not subject to this fee. As I said, whenever we do a BHP project, we go back and forth on which fees they have to pay and which ones they don't.
Okay. So their position is that regardless of whether it's a fee or a tax, that they would not be subject to it?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we kind of treat the organizers fairly, because we did have a productive small group meeting with them yesterday talking about the difference between a fee and a tax, and there was no distinction mentioned at the time about whether affordable housing providers would be subject to it, as part of that discussion. So I just want to make sure we're working with them in good faith. Certainly also sensitive to the need of the housing providers as well. But so we don't know 100% for sure the legal case for them being exempt on a fee versus a tax, but they feel like they're not subject to it either way.
That's correct.
I guess it's a statement, I guess. Okay, well, we probably need to talk this through with the organizers a little bit.
Yeah, and I just wanted to colloquy on that. And when we do find out more information on that, I think that it would be helpful for everyone involved to get a hotline post, just so we're clear.
I'm not sure how much work we have the capacity to do on this, Mary.
Okay.
We're doing an awful lot of stuff right now, and this was kind of given to us, and we've done it because we were asked. But I can try, but as you probably know, there are several big projects going on in our office right now, and we're short-staffed. So
right. No, I understand. So that might be a better question for the petitioners, and it has an impact on where we set the level.
Yes.
Yeah, and we might just do some outreach to BHP, because it might be helpful to just get their reasoning on the subject.
If I'm recalling correctly, there is a state law that exempts them from city fees, but there is some ambiguity in it. And as I said, I've got some recollection of going back and forth on building projects and which fees they have to pay and which ones they don't.
Okay. Yeah, it just be good to know if there's a distinction between the fee and the tax. Sounds like they feel like there isn't, so but it's a little hard to tell.
Well, yeah, and and it might be because they're a housing authority versus a nonprofit, so that could have an impact too. So it would be useful to find out.
Okay, that was all I had for questions.
Great, Adam.
I don't want to pile on. Aaron took my exact thought. So I had that exact same question. Thanks.
Junie?
Yeah, I am slightly confused by this discussion that we're having because I saw an email from Newer that says, after consulting with city council members and attorneys, the Newer campaign has decided to change the funding mechanism for our measure from a fee to a tax. So between this email that we received yesterday at 9:35 p.m. and now, are we saying that we're still not sure of whether it will be a tax or a fee? Are we somehow usurping their authority for our own?
Okay, so we're not usurping anybody's authority. They got back to us at about 5 today. David sent them a draft this morning. They got back to us at 5 and said it was acceptable after several changes throughout the day. So we're doing this all at the last minute. I don't know what they're going to say about which draft, which is why I presented both versions. I suggest that we listen to them during the public testimony and see what they want to do. My office is a scrivener in this case. We didn't draft any of this stuff. We've helped where we were asked to help. But I mean, to expect us to research during a day when, as you know, there are several other things going on is really beyond our ability right now.
And I'll just jump in and say, Junie, generally speaking, it is more defensible because of Tabor to do a tax than to do a fee. So that was one of the points of discussion between council members and the petitioners. The petitioners always have the right to put their original petition on. So unless they choose to accept an alternative, because they got their signatures, they can go with what they proposed initially. I think the work that's being done is to make it a more attractive ordinance and to make sure that it has good defendability in court. So I believe this is all being done with the petitioners' not only knowledge, but cooperation and collaboration. So we'll hear from them, I expect. Any other questions? I don't see any, so I think we're ready to go to public comment. I would just say before we jump into that I think my read of council is that there's a high degree of disposition to kind of accept anything that the petitioners ask. We've got some options here. But I also think the disposition of council is going to be to support this. So we have 32 people signed up. We definitely need to hear for clarity from the petitioners themselves, make sure that we're doing what they request. But I would just emphasize to folks that council seems disposed to support this. So it's not a question of if, it's a question of which version. So with that said, yes.
Excuse me. So Chris Meschuk just sent me the Colorado state law. It's CRS 294227. This applies only to housing authorities. It says an authority is exempt from payment of any taxes or fees to the state or any county, city, county, municipality, or other political subdivision of the state. All property of an authority is exempt from all local and municipal taxes. So I think it's pretty clear for at least for the Boulder housing partner.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. Turning to the public comment, our first three are Nick Grossman, Sarah Dawn Haynes, and Mark Gelban. So Nick, you are up.
Hi, Council. Thank you for adopting an ordinance to give Boulder voters the opportunity to consider the No Eviction Without Representation Act this fall. This pioneering citizens initiative is driven by a diverse coalition of dedicated people who understand that stable and affordable housing is essential, especially for the 50% of Boulder residents who rent their homes. For the past year, committed Newer volunteers have selflessly dedicated their Fridays to observe and document more than 400 eviction court cases in Boulder. Based on that evidence and the examples set by other right to counsel programs in cities nationwide, they developed this groundbreaking ballot measure to help keep the most vulnerable members of our community housed. The Newer campaign has exemplified how the vital process of direct democracy in Boulder is supposed to work. First, they saw a significant problem that was harming thousands of their neighbors, but was being ignored by our elected representatives. Then they proposed a solution and submitted a ballot petition to the city of Boulder. Next, they followed the city's accurate election guidance to collect a specific number of voter signatures by a specific date in order to have their measure automatically placed on the ballot. Finally, newer volunteers collected more than 3,500 signatures from Boulder voters who support their carefully crafted ballot measure and want the entire Boulder electorate to vote on it in November. Boulder residents both demand and deserve the opportunity to vote on urgent issues related to housing stability and affordability. There is no better way to determine whether or not the majority of Boulder supports housing stability solutions than by empowering us to vote on these measures in the 2020 election. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, Sarah Dawn Haynes, Mark Gelband, and Andrew Harris. Sarah Dawn.
Hello, good evening. This is Sarah Dawn, South Boulder. I am recalling Mary Young and Lisa Morzell, amongst others, who are really adamant to start a housing advisory board to start supporting council in navigating the housing governance issues. Along with other committees and boards, our community members research and help support the learning needed for these city issues. City Council depends on these working groups to tend to the great breadth of issues our city faces. So it's remarkable to me that a group of really smart folks have volunteered to research for a year, maybe more, on what would support our vulnerable members in the community facing eviction. They've drafted the ballot measure as informed organizers, and their social media continues to educate and inform the broader community on the issue. And I really appreciate that they've looked for precedences that have been occurring nationally. Newer knows their stuff. It's with this that council must acknowledge who the experts are in this conversation and vote to approve the amendments that Newer have consented on. The campaign has the right to return to the original version of the ballot measure and will do so if council attempts any additional changes in the amended legislation beyond the addition of rental assistance. Governance will be best by those who are most informed on the topic. Please trust their judgment and those of the community who are ready to vote on the measure as recommended by Newer. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Mark Gelband, then Andrew Harris, and Jackie Richardson. Mark?
Thank you, Council. I just want to say, Sam, it's nice to hear you say that you feel as if it's the disposition of Council to support the committee and what their wishes are. I hope that the entire Council will stay true to that, and I'm interested in hearing what the leaders of Newer have to say about the differences among the choices that have been proposed between tax and fee, about whether they really want to have an affordable housing fund set aside. And really, I would like if council stuck to their previously stated comments about direct democracy and support the organizers of Newer and what their wishes are for the ballot measure that they risk their lives to get on the ballot. That's part A. Part B, I'd like to say that it was very clear to them what it was that they needed to meet and the criteria that they needed to meet. And I want to add that I'm still disappointed that an equally as prepared, if not even more prepared group in Boulder Bedrooms has brought something forward with almost 3x the number of citizen support during a time of pandemic. And Sam, I'd ask you to go back and look at what you wrote 7 years ago or what you said 7 years ago in response to being asked about occupancy ordinance and how you said this wasn't about people, this was about the associated things that came along, quality of life, and that we have the ordinances on the books to deal with that. You and Mary have both made comments about zoning as well. And our two biggest, most iconic zoning laws are in the charter, the height limit and open space. So I'd like you to reflect on that hypocrisy. And I'd like for you to reconsider Boulder Bedrooms as well as you think about Newer tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Andrew Harris, Jackie Richardson, and Amanda Mercado. Andrew.
Hi, thanks for the introduction. I'm an aerospace engineer, a CU grad student, and a 5-year Boulder renter who campaigned with Newer earlier in the spring before the pandemic forced me to stop due to health concerns. At every step along the way, I have been thoroughly impressed with the level of dedication and thought the campaign has put into the ballot measure. Not only have they gone out and put their bodies on the line collecting signatures during this pandemic, but they've put countless hours into trying to understand the causes and results of eviction within Boulder. Now more than ever, with an economy in free fall, federal aid non-existent, and rent remaining due, we're in the midst of an eviction crisis. And the time is ripe for things like Newer to be implemented. I understand that there are some changes going on with the language. In light of that, I think I have no choice here but to firmly support whatever the campaign leadership recommends, specifically to make sure that the measure is legally defensible. Whether that is a fee or a tax, I think is at their discretion and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Next, we have Jackie Richardson, Amanda Mercado, and Cameron Netherland. Jackie.
Hello, my name is Jackie. I'm an organizer with Newer, and given this fairly dismaying last-minute information about BHP, I actually have a question for Tom Carr. Is he still on the call?
Yeah, and he can answer after your after open comments over. So ask your question. He will address it when the comment's over.
Yep, thanks. So my question is, given that housing authorities appear to be legally exempt from taxes and fees, is BHP currently paying the rental registration license fee? Because if so, then fees might be the more legally defensible option moving forward. I think, was I still on the same timer? Hold on. Oh.
So next we have Amanda Mercado, Cameron Netherland, and Lynn Siegel. Amanda?
Hi, my name is Amanda. I live in the city of Boulder, and I'm also a volunteer with Newer. I support this initiative because there is a clear power imbalance in Boulder between renters and landlords. And like people have said already, in preparation for this initiative, we've attended eviction court. We've gathered data. We have all of this research and data about evictions. Currently, only 2% of tenants have an attorney in eviction court in Boulder, while at the same time, 88% of landlords have an attorney. And by guaranteeing this representation for tenants, Newer is working to right this imbalance. We've seen that the number of evictions has increased in Boulder, and with eviction moratoriums ending and more people facing unemployment, a program like Newer is needed now more than ever to prevent eviction for people, regardless of age, documentation status, or income. We are not in support of making the program means tested in any way, as this would restrict who could benefit from a program like Newer. Finally, as has been discussed tonight, we've been in talks with Aaron Brackett and other council members to add rental assistance to Newer. And this will only expand the utility of the program by providing funds which can support a tenant who might be momentarily short on rent. We are definitely excited about this addition, and we think that it can make Newer even more beneficial to the residents of Boulder and build a more robust program. We hope that City Council can approve an amendment that includes rental assistance without making additional undiscussed changes to the measure. And we can create one of the most comprehensive anti-eviction programs in the nation with council's help on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next we have Cameron Netherland, Lynn Siegel, Noria Rongo. Cameron.
Good evening. I'm Cam Netherland. I'm a recent graduate of the University of Colorado Law School. I know you've heard a lot in recent weeks about no eviction without representation and the inaccessibility of eviction courts for tenants. I just wanted to highlight that for a moment. The first time I attended eviction court to record data for Newer, I was completely lost. Even as a law student with all of those classes and a basic understanding of how everything should work, even after I had practical experience working in a public defender's office, I would have been hopeless had I been faced with an eviction at that time. Tenants in that situation are up against landlords, nearly always represented by attorneys that are in eviction court week after week. They stand little chance to articulate whatever defenses they may have. As we've seen, this often results in tenants not appearing to begin with, assuming there's no point. While it's wonderful that Boulder has court-appointed mediators, mediation does not rectify the situation. Mediators try to reach an agreement, not resolve the dispute equitably. This typically means extensions of time to move out. And while that can be essential and those few extra days or weeks can be the one thing that keeps someone from falling into homelessness, it does nothing to acknowledge the tenant's actual rights or stabilize the power imbalances between represented landlords and unrepresented tenants. Tenants can often have defenses and counterclaims they're completely unaware of because the average person going through their life has no reason to have learned what those would be. The landlord may have breached the implied warranty of habitability or failed to mitigate damages by refusing to take money from the tenant after beginning the eviction process. I've seen tenants argue both of those things clearly to judges only to have otherwise failed court procedures elsewhere and be summarily evicted. Tenants need representation. We need newer, and I ask that council pass the amended language as a text. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. Next, Lynn Siegel, Roy Arango, and Shelley Bobbins. Lynn?
Yeah, I support this reluctantly because $75 a year is a cheap tip. This needs to be so much higher. You know, this reminds me of Olive, who was passed by you folks tonight, which drives up homelessness and eviction rates by its high-end services and coming from its high-end project, you know, at Liquor Mart at Canyon and 15th. And $50 a year for them for a transportation alternate fund. Should be, I calculated $125 to $800 per month, depending upon the size of the unit at Olive is the name of the place at Liquor Mart. The same thing, this thing should be so much higher than $75. The landlords run Boulder. That the landlords are the problem you have in Boulder with affordable housing, with homelessness, with Rachel trying to get a camp made up for people. You know, you're building the problem bigger and bigger as you're standing up there and not, you know, putting this eviction legislation, you know, ballot measure straight through, no holes barred. You know, the only problem is it's not nearly enough. Not nearly. You know, like, I can't believe you people. What are you doing? What are you thinking? The ones that are promoting all of this growth and expansion and the jobs housing imbalance more and more, and then dealing with last minute things today at 5 o'clock. It's no wonder you have everything last minute. Fire Tom Carr. Fire him now. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, Rui Arango, Shelley Bobbins, and Charlotte Pitts. Rui?
Hey everyone, this is Rui. I am live here in Boulder. I'm also the chair of the No Eviction Without Representation initiative, and I think I'm surprised, like a lot of other people on the call today during this meeting, because there was no mention at all of a possible exemption for BHP from either fee or tax in the many communications we had with the city about this. And it has never been our intent from the start to exempt BHP or affordable housing providers from the fee or tax that would fund newer because they evict people. As a matter of fact, Boulder Housing Partners is one of the biggest evictors in the city. Now, if it is true that state law somehow would supersede the initiative, city law, either in the case of a fee or a tax, we will still move ahead with newer as a tax because it's more defensible in court. But it is a grave disappointment and an interesting omission, I would say, in our communications with the city. And if I might address Tom's comment, The reason the Newer campaign did not get back to the attorney for 5 hours until 5 o'clock today is because we're working people, and I work at a goddamn restaurant, and I didn't have access to a computer. So we're renters, we're workers. We want to stand for more renter and worker power in general here in Boulder. And like I said, we'll proceed with the tax, but it will be a grave disappointment if one of our city's biggest evictors somehow manages to skirt around paying their fair share. Thanks.
Great, and I'm going to pause here briefly just to make sure. Are there any questions for Rui from council? Okay, great. Seeing none, the next three.
Actually, I was just a little slow raising my hand.
Okay, there you go, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rui, and for the collaborative work that you've been doing with us here at the city to get this across the finish line. So just to be clear, then that version, that amended version that David Gear sent out at 5 o'clock today is one that you're comfortable with and your campaign is happy with?
So,
were you able to hear me just then?
Sarah is.
Right, let me turn Rui back on.
Great, there you go.
All right, yeah, here I am. I would say yes. If I would really love some input from Tom Carr here now, as opposed to at the end of public comment, as to clarify whether or not he feels BHP actually will be able to dodge the either fee or tax from Newer. If that is the case, then yes. With no small amount of hesitation, the campaign will go ahead with Newer as a tax, as detailed in the most recent version of Ordinance 8412 that you received via the hotline today.
Okay. Do we mind if Tom weighs in while Rui's here speaking, since he's one of the organizers?
No, that's of course fine. But I'll just comment that this legal advice is just what can be looked up on the fly and is not binding. And if it is fees and taxes both, then maybe that's not the consideration. Tom, do you have any thoughts here?
Yeah, Sam, you're exactly right. I've looked at it once. I know this is an issue. I know that BHP called David to talk about it today, but we have not had the time to do any kind of analysis. I do believe there's a good argument that they're exempt, but as I've said before, we've also argued that they have to pay fees. And to answer the question about whether or not they pay the rental licensing fee, they do not. They're specifically exempted in the code. So that's not a matter of state law, it's a matter of Boulder law.
Okay. And Aaron, there's a line of hands. Do you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to get that clarification. Thanks.
Yep. We've got Bob and then Junie and then Rachel. Bob?
I just had a smaller question for Rui. Rui, the proposed title says no evictions without representation, but I think the proposal that you had made is no eviction without representation. Do you guys have a preference there?
Yeah, am I on?
Yeah.
Yes, you're on.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I went back and forth with David on that earlier. The correct title is no eviction without representation. I did go ahead and I thought I'd edited all the S's out of the document, but it's no eviction without representation, not no evictions without representation. Thank you for the clarification.
Great, thanks so much, Rui.
Okay, Rachel and then Junie. Rachel?
So wondered first, can Rui be promoted to a panelist in case we have questions from the petitioner as we go forward with this? That was one question, or is he planning on getting off? I don't know if he's been invited to be on this call for the rest of the time. And then I'm a little bit concerned also by the last minute BHP curveball. So one question I have, and I don't know who can answer it, is can BHP say they will pay it even if state law says they don't have to?
I'm not sure why, but yeah, I suppose they could voluntarily pay something. They don't generally because they have limited funds and they're trying to provide affordable housing. And
right. And can they, if they decided to do that, is it legal for them to pass on?
Hang on, let's do one at a time, please. One at a time. Rachel, go ahead.
If they decided to pay that, could they also charge tenants $75 the way that I'm imagining it will happen in other housing units?
I don't know. It would depend on how much the tenants were paying. There are limits on affordable housing.
And then if they either don't have to or choose not to pay, their tenants would still have the benefits of Newer, correct?
Yes, regardless of whether they pay it, the tenants would be allowed to take advantage of the services.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Junie?
Thank you. My question is for my own understanding, because from what I'm hearing from Rory, he talks about how BHP is one of the biggest landlords in Boulder. I understand that. And I can understand why he also wants them to pay their fair share. But I think my question is how BHP is funded. Do they receive state funded? Is it a for-profit institution? Because if it is not, I don't see where the issue is, because even though they're the biggest landlord in Boulder, but if they receive public funding and they're not a for-profit business, I don't see what's the real issue. So that's my question to Tom.
So Junie, if it's okay, if we hold that question, I think we should see if we have any more questions for Rui. And then I would ask Rui to stick around until the end because we may have more questions after public comment during our discussion. So Junie, I think it's a good question. If it's okay, if we come back to that during the discussion, because I think we want to have a full kind of short explanation of the way BHP works, and Bob's been on the BHP board among others. So let's bookmark that BHP question for our discussion. Are there any other questions for Rui at this point? Okay, if not, Rui, if you can stick around till the end, we'll move on to the next commenters. We have Shelley Bobbins, Charlotte Pitts, and William McGrew. Shelley?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Shelley Bobbins. I live in North Boulder. I'm speaking this evening in support of Newer. Over the last years, I've seen increasing numbers of evictions. I've witnessed a disabled mom and her teenage son thrown out onto the streets over an issue, a conflict regarding payments. Both still remain homeless today. This eviction was entirely preventable had this mom been legally represented. Tragically, stories like this are not uncommon. To know these kinds of things have been happening in a town such as Boulder and even in affordable housing is incomprehensible to me. Because Colorado tenant landlord laws allow for very swift evictions with 10 days from the time of the initial notice, panic often sets in without the needed time frame for a tenant to prepare. For a renter already in hardship and crisis, this becomes insurmountable for many people to handle on their own without an attorney. Studies have demonstrated the majority of tenants are unable to mount the type of legal defense required to avoid eviction. In response to hearing from many evicted tenants, last year I attended eviction court as an observer. What I witnessed shocked me. In an assembly line of evictions that were all rubber stamped, one right after the next. Approximately 3 minutes apiece were given to each case. Mediation consisted of taking both parties out into a hallway with no privacy, often allotting only a few minutes in an attempt to some form of compromise. The unrepresented tenant was often no match for the landlord with the attorney. We have very little systems in place that actually serve to help keep people housed. We have a lot of work ahead of us in Boulder to see that this changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Next, Charlotte Pitts, William McGrew, and Laura McGuire. Charlotte?
Hi, do you hear me?
Yep.
Awesome. Hey, Council. Good evening. My name is Charlotte Pitts, and I'll keep my comments very brief. As a renter, I cannot stress enough how important it is that we do everything we can in the city to reduce evictions at this time. It's hard to stay at home when you don't have a home. Evictions also hurt landlords because they have to find new tenants, and studies show that evictions hurt the economy for everyone. So everyone loses when it comes to eviction. The no eviction without representation measure as it stands will provide the countervailing force we need to help community members to get back on track and keep residents housed during this pandemic. As for rental assistance, this would provide and improve the measure. This would improve the measure by providing support for our most vulnerable before they face the threat of eviction. While the revised measure or Ordinance 8412 would improve an already great measure, City Council should not change anything else. Any other changes would weaken the measure and create unnecessary hurdles for all tenants. Studies demonstrate how people across the economic spectrum are currently facing debilitating financial burdens because of housing costs. This is not just a lower income issue, so this program needs to be universal and encompass all income brackets. Let's not means test this. Any other changes beyond the proposed rental assistance and other provisions would lead to unnecessary conflict that would really torpedo this measure. So please respect the needs of the people and the work of petitioners, lawyers, and policy experts who diligently crafted this ballot measure. I appreciate your time, empathy, and thoughtful consideration of Ordinance 8412 and continued good faith collaboration with organizers of Newer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next, William McGrew, Laura McGuire, and Eric Budd. William.
Hi, I'm Will McGrew. I'm a volunteer with the No Eviction Without Representation Electoral Committee, and I live in the city of Boulder. So we at Newer modeled our initiative off of successful right to counsel ballot initiatives from across the country. Comparable initiatives have been passed in recent years in several cities, including Philadelphia, New York City, and San Francisco. In every case that the initiative made it onto the ballot, it passed by a large margin. I think the reason why is clear. Providing legal representation for tenants facing eviction is overwhelmingly popular and common sense. As an organizer for No Eviction Without Representation, I have spent much of the past 8 months collecting signatures. When a citizen stopped to talk, I would explain that Newer will guarantee legal representation for tenants facing eviction with funds raised by a fee applied to Boulder landlords. The most common reaction I got was surprise. Surprise that legal representation was not already provided for eviction cases. The simple fact is that the goals of Newer are so eminently just that to engage honestly with the initiative is to recognize its value. Thanks. And I'd just like to mention that at Newer, it's pretty challenging. We're trying to come to grips with all of these last minute changes. But for what it's worth, I agree with what Rui said earlier. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. Next, Laura McGuire, Eric Budd, and Theodore Koning. Laura?
Hello, am I muted?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to urge the City Council to adopt the amended version of the No Eviction Without Representation initiative and to cooperate with Newer organizers on any questions of language. Please do not make any changes that Newer organizers don't approve. I and most of the people I know in Boulder are renters. Many of my friends and neighbors have lost their jobs due to the pandemic and are worried about making rent. Adding rental assistance to the Newer initiative will not only make a difference in their lives, but will reduce the number of evictions going forward, ultimately reducing both the devastation that evictions cause in individual lives and the negative effects of eviction on Boulder County as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Next, we have Eric Budd, Theodore Koning, and Jake Brady.
Hello, I'm Eric Budd. I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People. I personally collected several hundred signatures for the No Eviction Without Representation measure, and I absolutely support it in a personal capacity. One of the things that's most important about this measure is that it is a fee that is going to be on landlords, but ultimately some of that fee will be passed on to tenants. But it's really a fee at the service of tenants. It's one that is it's a progressive, whether it's a fee or a tax, it is an absolutely progressive measure that helps the most vulnerable in our community. And one of the things that the No Eviction Without Representation campaign says all the time in all of their studying of this issue is that evictions ruin lives, and anything we can do to prevent one eviction is going to be worth a lot to our city. I'll also say I heavily support including rental assistance in this measure. I think that's something that potentially could be expanded with additional funding sources in the future. And otherwise, I would love for council to defer to the organizers, beyond those measures and go with the direction that they're giving. And so, thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next, we got Theodore Koenig, Jake Brady, and Claudia Team. Theodore.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to begin by saying I was happy to help Newer on addressing housing justice and collecting signatures for their measure. I confess that when I first heard about the Newer measure, I was originally concerned at the sufficiency of the budget, even as I support the intent. Similar programs elsewhere have frequently run over budget. However, the organizers have prepared the measure very well, and I have hope that the program will collect sufficient funds, whether by a fee or by a tax. I'd like to speak in favor of devoting excess funds to rental assistance. The use of extra funds in this matter is in line with the overall aim of maintaining long-term residence for tenants and stability in uncertain circumstances. I hope you vote to add those provisions as the measure moves to the ballot, along with possible changes to the tax or fee structure as agreed with the organizers. I would like to speak against any further changes, in particular, any exemption on taxes or fees for the city affordable housing programs. This is not a question of good landlords or bad landlords, good tenants or bad tenants. Where there are questions of right and wrong that landlords and tenants cannot work out on their own, those can be addressed by mediation or as a last resort in the courts. That is what this is about. When an outside arbiter is called upon by both sides, which can be presented with something with closer to parity. This is about addressing a disparity in power and resources, and the affordable housing program holds a great deal of power, whether it uses it for good or bad. They may be exempted by state law, but should not be given any specific exemptions beyond that. I encourage you to defer to the organizers and originators on how they would like to proceed on other matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodore. Next, Jake Brady, Claudia Team, and Felicia Hamilton. Jake.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jake Brady. I'm a resident of Boulder and a renter. Like many of my peers, I've never owned property. In fact, from where I stand, this notion seems like a faraway dream. Yet I'm one of the lucky ones. According to dispatch logs, police are sent to oversee the court-ordered removal of evicted tenants and their families in the city of Boulder nearly once every 2 days. I myself observed eviction court just a few weeks ago. There, I watched as confused renters with no counsel fumbled their way through a process that was stacked against them from the very start. And this is just the beginning. According to the Aspen Institute, at least 30 million Americans out of the 110 million who live in rental housing are at risk of eviction by the end of September. Council, you have a golden opportunity in front of you tonight. Last minute curveballs aside, the amended version of Newer up for discussion this evening strengthens the original language by adding in a rental assistance program along with a change to the funding mechanism. Council should vote to put the amended version of Newer on the ballot this fall with no other modifications. Trust that the leaders of this campaign have done their due diligence, considering the hundreds upon hundreds of hours they have spent talking to activists around the country, as well as attorneys to craft the very best measure possible. In the book Evicted, author Matthew Desmond says it is hard to argue that housing is not a fundamental human need. Decent, affordable housing should be a basic right for everyone in this country. The reason is simple: without stable shelter, everything else falls apart. It is also hard to argue against putting this version of Newer on the ballot tonight. Thank you for your time and service to the city.
Thank you, Jake. Next, we have Claudia Team, Felicia Hamilton, and Mike Stingle. Claudia.
Hello again, members of council. This is Claudia Hansen Thiem. I live in North Boulder, and I support no eviction without representation. Eviction, as the loss of housing, puts people at immediate risk for homelessness, job loss, and educational disruptions. But as a legal judgment against a tenant, its impacts linger. Evictions complicate subsequent housing and employment searches and can lock people into precarious living in ways that parallel encounters with the criminal justice system. I admire the work newer volunteers have been doing for a year before filing their measure and again since the courts reopened to truly understand how the evictions process might be improved for tenants. Their weekly reports from the Boulder County courts using the hashtag Eviction Court Friday show how renters benefit from representation when they face a housing emergency. I was relieved when Newer qualified for the November ballot without complication, and I was pleasantly surprised when Council showed an interest in expanding the program to include rental assistance. While some changes discussed earlier dilute Newer's potential, this friendly amendment provides Boulder an opportunity to create a comprehensive anti-eviction program in a time of urgent need. Please support it. I understand Newer organizers are also concerned about a legal challenge if their measure is passed as a fee, as originally written, rather than a tax. This feels like a variation on an ugly theme, property owners using lawyers to keep renters in their place, this time invoking a regressive tax law. It's awful to take on the burden of Tabor language in order to avoid post-election lawsuits. But if organizers want that change, I hope you will facilitate it. If not, please follow their desires to stick with a fee. Through their research and outreach, Newer's team has earned the right to represent the Boulder community's interest in seeing this measure and the program it seeks to create succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Felicia Hamilton, Mike Stengel, and Bruce Mock. Felicia?
Hi, my name is Felicia Hamilton. I am a volunteer with Newer as well as a renter in Boulder. Any tenant can testify to the fact that renting your home means living with a power imbalance. As a renter, for what it's worth, I am at the mercy of my landlord. If they were to decide to evict me, they'd be able to do so with full legal support, leaving me with little recourse. I and many people I know already spend nearly half of our income on rent. An eviction would leave me and those people destitute. Fortunately, this isn't the case for me. I personally am lucky enough to have a stable income, but this is not the case for many of our most vulnerable neighbors here in Boulder. Most importantly, the right to stay housed should not depend on luck, especially during a pandemic, which has immiserated the working class by taking our jobs, our homes, not to mention our loved ones. We desperately need the legal protections provided by Newer that will allow us to level the playing field between tenants and landlords and stay in our homes. Universal right to counsel has benefited everywhere it has been implemented. For example, San Francisco and Philadelphia have seen lower rates of eviction since implementing similar programs. And Newer is even more comprehensive in scope than these programs since it will also be including a provision for rental assistance. As a city where the average rent is $2,000 a month, the poverty rate is 22% and probably growing at this point, Boulder needs no eviction without representation. 52% of this city is renters, deserve the right to a lawyer in the eviction process. We tenants are the majority of the Boulder population, and we only stand to gain by passing Newer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Felicia. Next, Mike Stengel, Bruce Mock, and Liz Marasco. Mike?
Hi, this is Mike. You have me?
We can.
Okay. Mike Stengel, I'm a Boulder resident, homeowner. Thank you to all the council for spending your time and efforts in helping all of us Boulder citizens through the years. I'd like to just make a couple little points. I'd like to talk about one term that's written into both the initiatives where it states face the loss of housing in eviction that has been included in both the ballot titles. I find the term kind of inflammatory and unnecessary since the initiative is simply addressing eviction. We all understand what eviction is. Voters, council, landlords, and tenants all understand this simple term, and the added modifier of the loss of housing paints a very different picture, almost predatory to a certain point. And I think voters could find it prejudicial and a little bit misleading. So I'd like to at least ask that the council looks at the wording of the initiative to make sure that it's fair and balanced. In addition, of course, the program will add cost to our current housing. And this will only solidify Boulder's position as having the highest housing cost in the state of Colorado, as according to a study published by the National Low Income Housing Coalition. Every person who rents in Boulder will be paying into this new fund each and every month, year after year. So I ask that you leave the inflammatory and campaign type of language off the ballot title so that Boulder voters can review the program in a fair and balanced manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Bruce Mock, Liz Marasco, and Vadim Grabois. Bruce.
Bruce, you may need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Mock. I'm associated with the Alliance of Balanced Rental Regulations. I own Mock Property Management Company, which has managed our properties, our client's property in Boulder since 1966. I've owned the company for 30 years and have also been a real estate attorney since 1981. My company has had to evict fewer than 0.5% of our tenants over the past decades, nearly all for non-payment of rent. We have always worked with our tenants on behalf of our clients as much as possible, and I don't believe their having an attorney would have made a difference in those evictions. I believe that proposed Ordinance 8411, the original one, is a solution in search of a problem. The vast majority of tenants that face evictions would not be aided by an attorney, as they would still be unable to pay the rent. The very few tenants that might benefit from legal representation should be able to receive it for a small fraction of the 1.8 million per year that the ordinance envisions. Under the original 8411, the charge is far in excess of a reasonable cost of services the charge is designed to defray. There's no cap on the amount that would go into the fund and no prescribed use of the excess funds for a purpose related to the charge. This raises a question of whether it be considered a tax or a fee. I understand that City Council's approach helps resolve some of those issues with their alternative ordinance. It helps avoid the Tabor conflict and more importantly, much more importantly, attempts to solve the real problem by using excess funds for rent aid. And I hope that the amount used for rent aid far exceeds what's used for representation, which I believe is less important. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Next, Liz Marasco, Vadim Grabois, and Chelsea Castellano. Liz?
Hi, I'm Liz Marasco. I live in Boulder, and I'm an organizer with the Boulder chapter of Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURGE. SURGE wholeheartedly endorses the No Eviction Without Representation ballot initiative in its amended form, as presented by the Petition Committee. Eviction, as we know, disproportionately affects poor communities and communities of color, often spurring a long uphill battle of remaining housed that can last a lifetime. For this reason, we also support the rental assistance to help keep community members in their homes. When people suffer needlessly by facing eviction alone and without representation, it hurts our entire community. The presence of an attorney will significantly alter the outcome of eviction hearings, keeping people in their homes, which is a goal shared by all of us. I urge you to support this practical and compassionate ballot initiative. Our community needs the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Next, Vadim Grabois, Chelsea Castellano, and Eric Johnson. Vadim?
Hello?
We can hear you.
It looks like he may have been disconnected from the call. Maybe come back to him if he joins again.
Will do. So next we have Chelsea Castellano, Eric Johnson, and Ryan Selden. Chelsea?
Hi, I'm Chelsea Castellano. I'm an organizer with Bedrooms Are for People, but I'm here tonight to share my support for no eviction without representation. When the stay-at-home order finally lifted, our campaigns found ourselves both eager and worried to start collecting signatures in a pandemic. But we knew that it was worth risking our own health, our own lives, for the greater good, for the potential of making a positive impact for those in need. When I was a junior in college at CU studying environmental science and sustainable development in 2011, one of my roommates didn't pay her portion of the rent, and we received a final notice before eviction. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to turn to. I didn't have the money to pay for the extra portion of rent, and I didn't have money to pay for the extra late fees that were accruing. We needed newer then, and we need newer now. Many of the speakers before me spoke eloquently of the importance of this measure. I would like to touch on the importance of the organizers. We are all very lucky that Megan and Rui and Jackie and Amanda and Andrew and William and the many more newer organizers who are working in this community, our community, to make it better, more just, to make sure that those with fewer resources are still represented. When we can't rely on good representation from the majority on council, we should at least be able to rely on legal counsel. Apparently, in the council agenda committee yesterday, our mayor, Sam Weaver, stated that, quote, if someone could get word to newer people that we don't need to hear from them or that many of them at the public hearing, that would be good, end quote. Respectfully, I disagree. You and the majority on council do need to hear from this group of people advocating on behalf of renters, on behalf of the working class. You need to listen, and we need newer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. I think we have Vadim Grabois back on the line. Vadim, you're up.
Hi, can you hear me?
You can.
Yes.
All right, hi, my name is Vadim Grabois, and I'm an organizer for Bedrooms Are for People. I think evictions are a traumatic experience for the renter being evicted, and they're horrible for society as well. Having legal representation will prevent completely avoidable evictions where the tenant is in the right, but simply doesn't understand our complex legal system. If you want to see fewer homeless people, you should support this measure. I also want to say that I don't believe this tax will increase rent for most people. Boulder's market rate rent is already as high as people can afford. I don't believe that landlords can raise rent and are just waiting for a new tax to do so. In a normal market where new housing can be built to meet demand and rent has some relation to the cost of providing housing, a tax might be passed on to the renters. However, Boulder's policy is to explicitly restrict the amount of housing built in the city, meaning that landlords are making excess profits that have no relation to the cost of providing housing. So I predict that landlords, not renters, will mostly pay the cost of this tax or fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Vadim. Next, we have Eric Johnson, Ryan Selden, and Misha Tour. Eric?
Eric, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'm wondering if you're having difficulty with your microphone.
Apparently so. Let's see what I figured out.
There you are. We can hear you. You're very faint, but we can
How's
hear
that? Is that
you.
any better?
Thank you.
Okay.
We still can't hear you, Eric. You need to probably be close to your mic if you can.
Yeah, the mic is right on my face. So why don't I just say thank you for your work, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Next, we have Ryan Selden, Misha Tour, and Megan Arango. Ryan?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Sweet. My name is Ryan Selden, and I just want to say now more than ever, people deserve a real fighting chance at housing. Sort of now more than ever, when people are facing more risks than they've ever seen to all of their costs, and especially housing. And I want to say I'm in support of no eviction without representation. We really need to do everything that we can to make sure that our renters have the protection that they need, who often don't have the funds to navigate the legal system, which is incredibly complex. I know because I've had landlords who've tried to steal from me. and trying to navigate that process pro se has been incredibly complicated. So these are people that really, really need every ounce of protection that they can get. So I strongly support no evictions without representation and give people a fighting chance to have housing. And in the same vein, please support Bedrooms Are for People. But really today, I want to encourage you guys to put no evictions without representation on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have Misha Tour, Megan Arango, and Todd Ulrich. Misha?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question for the council members. What would you do right now if you lost your home? Imagine this meeting ended and 10 minutes later you heard a knock on your door. Policemen storm into your house, shoving you out of the way and throw all your belongings haphazardly on the sidewalk. What would you be able to carry with you? Do you have somewhere to go? How long would that hospitality last? How would you feel begging a friend to let you sleep on their couch just one more night? Without a home and Wi-Fi, could you still go to work? Could your children get an education? Could you shelter your family from COVID? Eviction ruins lives, and we are running headfirst into an eviction crisis of unimaginable scale. As elected officials, it is your job to protect your people, and you need to do your job. You need to do everything in your power to help your constituents keep their homes, and that means you need to approve the best possible version of Newer. Adding rental assistance would make this program one of the best in the country. This aid is exactly what people need to avoid a spiral into extreme poverty. Not only is rental assistance good for tenants, it would also be good for the economy and for public health. You should also approve the funding mechanism amendment so that money-hungry landlords will have a harder time challenging this ballot measure in court. Finally, this program needs to be universal. Means testing only prevents vulnerable people from accessing services they need. I am urging you not to approve any changes that might restrict anyone's access to legal representation in eviction court. This service will literally save lives, and it needs to be available to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Misha. Next, we have Megan Arango, Todd Ulrich, and Mark Gruskin. Megan?
Megan in the meeting. I'm assuming she's on Rui's line, so I have teed him up again to speak, but Rui or Megan, you'll need to unmute.
Hey, she had her own phone, so I'm going to give it to her right now.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Okay, hi, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry for the confusion. Rui and I do live together. We are in fact married. So it's hard to follow Misha's comments. He pretty well summed up all of our arguments and how we feel about Newer. I would just reiterate that we designed Newer after intensive study and collaboration with other right to counsel groups from across the country. And we designed what we thought was the most elegant and simple solution to an obvious community problem possible. We are very much open to amendments that will make Newer stronger and more defensible to legal challenge. We're certainly troubled by some of the information that has come to light tonight, but we are still 100% willing to engage in, collaboration and communication. So I want to reiterate that and thank the members of council who have met with us and worked with us on this, because this is an obvious community good, and we are really excited to get Newer into law come November. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Megan. Next, we have Todd Ulrich, Mark Gruskin, and Austin Bennett. Todd?
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Thank you, council members. My name is Todd Ulrich. I am the current president of the board of the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association. On behalf of the BARHA members, we would like all stakeholders to know that we do not like evictions either. Landlord would much rather work with their tenant than bear the cost of an eviction. We would like to be part of the discussion for eviction prevention and not consider the other side of it. We do have decades of experience, and we can offer that experience to help reduce to even lower levels the number of evictions we're seeing. We understand that regardless of which option you pick, there will be an initiative on the ballot regarding attorneys for tenants facing evictions. It is encouraging that the newer campaign has augmented their ballot language to include rental assistance. BARHA is supportive of working with tenants earlier in the process and focusing on earlier intervention, education, mediation, and even providing rent relief. There are problems with the new alternative. It is missing vital details on how it works with the rest of the program. The alternative initiative lacks important checks and balances. For example, the proposal has no cap on attorneys' fees that are paid. There's no criteria on who receives rental assistance, who receives legal help, and there's no income qualification requirements for the tenant. These decisions are all in the hands of one city staff person and possibly the tenants committee. In addition, it does not include education or augmented mediation, both of which have proven to prevent evictions. We want to take a deliberate and conscientious approach, and a cooperative one, to prevent unintended consequences and work towards a viable solution. Thank you for your time and your work on this.
Thank you, Todd. Next, we have Mark Gruskin, Austin Bennett, and Kristen Nordback. Mark?
Good evening. My name is Mark Gruskin. I have represented the Boulder Area Housing Rental Association for a while, and much more recently, as you know, agreed to represent the city of Boulder on an unrelated election matter. I want to be clear about the capacity in which I appear before you tonight. On behalf of the association only, I have suggestions to improve the ballot title, but am not suggesting any modifications at all to the proposal's text. A ballot title's key function is to describe what the Supreme Court refers to as the measure's central features, elements important for voters to be aware of so they make thoughtful decisions when casting their ballots, whether they are, as the court notes, familiar or unfamiliar with an initiative. In reviewing this measure, I believe that the measure has three primary features. First, establishing a new city function providing legal services and rental assistance for those facing eviction. Second, creating a revenue source, an annual charge on rental units. And third, administering this function using a program administrator who serves at the pleasure of the city manager. The Supreme Court sometimes invalidates ballot titles that include a political catchphrase, wording that is more likely to appeal to voter passions than lead to substantive voter understanding. Two phrases in the proposed title, quote, loss of housing, end quote, and vulnerable to eviction, end quote, raise these concerns. Both of these phrases characterize but don't define who will benefit from these funds. How these standards are to be used if this measure is enacted is open to interpretation. In the election phase, though, these terms may have political appeal without providing any particular insight about the change in law at issue. Deleting these phrases from the title will help voters evaluate this measure on its merits. I appreciate your consideration of these concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, we have Austin Bennett, Krista Nordback, and Dylan Satterfield. Austin?
Let's go. My name is Austin Bennett. I've lived in Boulder for close to a decade and watched most of my friends and neighbors be forced to leave this deeply diseased city. Newer starts this city towards rebalancing the power between tenants and their landlords. It's a necessary reform that should have been passed at the beginning of this pandemic. I only wish Newer went further. I wish it banned predatory landlords. I wish it outright banned evictions. Unlike Mr. Ulrich or Mr. Mock or Mr. Cole, I intimately know that evictions are violence. They strip folks from their homes, put families on the street. They slowly poison entire neighborhoods. They're violence, and it's violence whether it's BHP or Mr. Ulrich doing the eviction. Tonight, you've heard honeyed words from landlords claiming that they want what's best for their tenants, they care about reducing evictions, that they see us, they hear us. It's smoke and mirrors obfuscation, especially after their organization, BARHA, has threatened to sue the city if Newer is passed. Eviction is the landlord's tool of discipline. It's their weapon to guard their profits, never mind the harm it causes. Mr. Olk, who spoke before me, said to complete Colorado that he wants to see a healthy eviction rate. Healthy for him and his checkbook, and a scourge on those of us who actually work for a living. The landlord's claims tonight have no grounding, no data, no goddamn truth. Newer and its volunteers put in the work, collect our data. We put together a solid study. We've got the data, the analysis, the case studies to say, that this city and her tenants need no eviction without representation on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Last two speakers, maybe one's a singer, Krista Nordback and Dylan Satterfield. Krista?
Hi, this is Krista Nordback, Boulder resident and Bedrooms Are for People organizer. And you'll be happy to know no singing this time. I helped collect signatures for Newer, and I watched senior citizens and other COVID vulnerable people risk their lives to sign this petition. So I just urge council to respect the will of the voters who signed and not to add any changes to it that are not supported by the petition organizers. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Krista. We did miss your singing. Last one is Dylan Satterfield. Dylan?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Hi. First of all, I was very disappointed to see you cut Jackie Richardson off at less than 30 seconds. She didn't even get close to 2 minutes to speak, and she had a question, and now I have to waste my time to call that out. So she deserves another speaking slot. She signed up just like the rest of us. She should speak after me since I'm last. This news about BHP exemption is very disappointing. Some might call it disingenuous. Rachel raised a point about voluntary payment, which seemed confusing to Tom as to why BHP might voluntarily pay. It would be a show of good faith. If there's no good faith, I think that says it all why we're here tonight debating this. People in affordable housing still need lawyers. Isn't that obvious? As for the core ordinance, as endorsed by the Newer campaign, it is a no-brainer. Listen to all the support tonight. We haven't heard a single dissent from a renter, only from people who make their money off housing, which is very arguably a human right that they are exploiting for profit. You have 30 people begging you to pass this. Are you paying attention? As we continue to battle a pandemic and also an eviction crisis in this country, Newer has never been more relevant. No eviction without representation has been successful in the cities in which it's already been passed. This will be beneficial for a huge number of people, and frankly, it's just the right thing to do. People deserve legal representation in court. It's been demonstrated that this model works, and the groundwork has been done here in Boulder. This may be the most powerful model in the country. There's a groundbreaking opportunity for Boulder. Listen to Rui and Megan Arango and the Newer campaign's recommendation. Don't waste a good opportunity. Evictions really do ruin lives. It's time to listen to Newer and do your job. Landlords are the problem, not the solution. And this debacle with Bedrooms Are for People, it's a disgrace on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. And Dylan, we agree that we had a timer mistake here. So Sarah, do you recall who it was that had the timer mistake, and can you get them back?
Yep, I think it was Jackie Richardson, and I will go ahead and cue her back up. She still is in the meeting.
Great.
Hello, can you hear me again?
We can.
Yep. Okay, great, thanks. So I guess most of my questions have been answered, I think as far as they're capable of being answered right now, but I would like to take a little extra time to express solidarity with Bedrooms Are for People. I think City Council's decision not to just place them on the ballot by decision, given that they were provided incorrect information earlier, is not only morally indefensible, but also quite possibly legally indefensible once it makes it up to the state court. So I would like to urge City Council once again to support Bedrooms Are for People, place them on the ballot. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Jackie. And Lynn Siegel claims she signed up for this hearing. Yeah, let's go ahead and call her up. We wouldn't want to miss the opportunity here.
Sam, I am seeing she actually spoke number 8. She says she signed up twice. I don't know that our rules allow people to speak twice if they sign.
They definitely do not. That's right. Thank you for the reminder. Nope. With that, we will close public hearing. Rachel, you have your hand up.
Oh, sorry. That was just to say, I also noticed that the timer was short on the speaker. So I think we did that. But I guess I can kick us off. Are we at questions right now?
No, we're past questions.
Discussion.
We can do question, discussion, whatever. We got
right.
Rachel and then Aaron.
Well, as most of the speakers spoke to, I support putting this on the ballot with only the revisions that Newer is supportive of. I don't imagine that they want to change the title because they are the language that's in that some people complained about, not the S, but the other portion. I think we should stick with what they've agreed to offline and not try and do any kind of last minute shenanigans, because I think we're already dealing with the BHP curveball, and I am concerned about that. I don't remember the percentage, but I think that BHP does do a fair amount of evictions in the community, and it is equally important for them to, I guess I don't know, I assume that they have an attorney at evictions, and so the spirit of this would be that landlords, whether they be affordable housing landlords or not, the spirit of it would be to equalize the playing field. So it would make sense if they were paying into me. That's all I got for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Aaron, Adam, Mark, and Junie. Aaron?
Well, before I speak, I think Junie had a question that she was waiting to get answered. Maybe we could get that question answered and then I could talk.
Thank you, Aaron. I had that bookmarked. So Junie's question was about Boulder Housing Partners. And Junie, did you want to restate the question before we dive in?
Thank you, Aaron. My question was, I just wanted to know whether you have an answer as far as whether BHP receives state or local funding, because to me that's very important. I understand, that Newer is saying they're one of the largest landlords in Boulder, but if they received already state funding and city funding, so I think to me that makes a difference whether they want to force BHP to pay for that tax or that fee.
So, Bob or someone else who served on their board may know better than I. BHP is the city's housing authority. Under state law, a city can have a separate and independent housing authority that operates to raise funds and provide housing. So my understanding is they generally operate through grants or funds or sometimes tax credits to finance affordable housing. I don't recall whether there's any money in the city budget. The city is required to provide certain services to them under state law. We provide them legal services from my office, but not as much as we used to. We have an IGA with them that turns out waives some fees and imposes some others. We provide them with certain services. And perhaps Bob could elaborate, or someone else who served on their board who might know their financing a little better than I do.
Yeah, I can answer Junie's question. That BHP, our housing authority, receives actually millions of dollars of funding from the city. The affordable housing linkage fee and the cash and lieu payments all go through the city and go to Boulder Housing Partners. So it receives local funding from the city. It does receive state funding. It does receive federal funding. So it receives funding on all three levels. As a matter of fact, kind of the rule of thumb is for every housing unit the BHP provides, about 2/3 of the funding of that comes from city, state, and federal assistance, and about 1/3 of it is provided by BHP. Kind of rule of thumb, Junie.
Thank you. That's the question that I had. And to me, I don't understand almost the vilification of Boulder Housing Partner if its funding is already public, or at least it's provided from city money. I can understand why Newer wants to include them, but from my understanding, they're already providing a service. And yeah, I just don't see if they can work it out, whether they can maybe, instead of, I think the cap you mentioned was 1.8 million, if having the 2 million they had requested in the first place, so that they can have that carve out to leave BHP out, because at the end of the day, it's already providing a public service. So to me, I just don't see, the big, that's my comment.
And could I clarify that what the 1.8 million is? I've heard a couple of people refer to it as a cap. It's a disclosure required by TABOR, and it effectively works as a cap on how much you can recover from the tax. You can't take in more than you put in the ballot measure. So it's a disclosure to voters. And so I'm asking you to decide what that number should be.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Aaron?
Yeah, so I want to congratulate the newer organizers on getting this done in an incredibly difficult year. But as it turns out, it's also an incredibly timely year because I think we all realize the potential eviction crisis that's coming our way here in the next few months. And obviously, if the voters approve it, the program won't be ready for a little while. But I imagine those needs will still be very much present next year when the program does come online. So, thank you for your hard work and congratulations. Of course, tonight, we are obligated to put one of these measures on the ballot since they got all the signatures they needed, and also really appreciate the work with the organizers to work to amend the original measure with some improvements. I'm really excited about the addition of the rental assistance to the program. I think that may end up helping many, many people over the years. I think that'll become an important program, as well as the legal representation piece, and hopefully reduce the need for the legal representation, because people will have the funding they need to stay in their homes. That would be the hope. And we did some legal discussions in the last couple of days, and the organizers determined they felt like the tax and TABOR approach was more defensible. So we've got a revised version of that here today, and I am happy to put a motion on the table whenever it's council's pleasure.
Very good, Aaron. We've got Adam, Mark, and Mary. Adam?
And Aaron, I'd be happy to second that motion when you put it on. For all the same reasons you spoke of, I think this is really important and couldn't be more timely. I wish we had done it a long time ago. I find the whole housing authority thing interesting as well. Hopefully we can find some way to resolve that in the future, because anyone who evicts someone probably should be responsible for who they are evicting in one way or another. That's all I'll say. Thank you.
You're Adam. Mark, and then Mary.
A couple of comments. I'm very happy that the sponsors have included the rental assistance component of this, which I think will actually end up being more effectual, perhaps, than the legal representation component. Only one speaker, Shelley Bobbins, pointed out that a good deal of the misery that we have with respect to evictions comes from our Colorado statutes, which provide almost no protections for our tenants. I hope I am wrong. I don't know how effective the legal counsel will be in dealing with those kinds of situations. And I'm happy that we can make rental assistance contributions, because that may keep somebody out of the eviction system entirely and prove to be a greater benefit. I do want to make one other comment, and that's with respect to Boulder Housing Partners. There is nothing, I have the privilege of being the ex officio member of council on their board. There is nothing nefarious going on with Boulder Housing Partners. They have a statutory exemption from paying this sort of fee or tax. Nothing more, nothing less. There's been no maneuvering with respect to that. And I also want to point out that the imposition of this fee on Boulder Housing Partners would represent a payment of about $105,000 a year, because they maintain about 1,400 units at the moment. That has a material impact on their ability to perform the service that they do, which is to create affordable housing units. And I also want to point out that during COVID, they have taken a policy of not evicting any of their tenants on the basis of non-payment. Doesn't mean they won't do it for other reasons. And anyone who they do evict is going to be able to access these funds and obtain legal counsel. There's been, frankly, a lot of unwarranted hostility and criticism towards BHP tonight, and I don't quite understand it, because they're doing a job that they are doing it in a remarkably well, and I think we ought to be more appreciative of what they're doing. They are the largest single residential landlord in the city, and it's all affordable. And they are creating more by the day. And I think there ought to be some recognition of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, Mary, and then Bob, and then I think I'll weigh in.
I pretty much agree with what's been said to this point. And, I'll just reiterate that I'm really grateful for the addition of the rental assistance. And I also appreciate the willingness to include the Tabor language and make it a tax. The fee, as it was currently written, would have led inevitably to a lawsuit, and I appreciate that they have changed to a tax. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Bob?
Yeah, I'll say a couple of things. First of all, there were a few speakers who said they didn't believe that providing lawyers to people who were in eviction would be particularly effective, particularly when those tenants were in eviction because of financial distress. I disagree with that. Actually, I represented low-income tenants who were being evicted when I was in law school as a young lawyer, and most of them were in eviction because they were not able to pay their rent. But as lawyers, we were able to buy them time in court simply by virtue of being there and speaking to the judge and speaking to the landlord and speaking to the lawyer on the other side. So having legal representation does help, regardless of the reason for eviction. And even if it's just a matter of buying that tenant an extra 30 or 45 or 60 days to get their affairs in order, to find another place, to save up money for first and last month's rent at another location. So I do believe the representation will make a difference, does make a difference for tenants, regardless of the reason that they're in eviction. I have firsthand experience of that. Secondly, I am hugely grateful to Aaron and Rui for working together collaboratively to expand the program to include rent eviction prevention, because I think that's the other side of the coin and is as important as legal representation. And the more of that we do, the less legal representation we'll need. I don't think anything would make us happier than if we ended up spending no money on legal representation, because we're doing such a great job on eviction prevention. I think we're all big fans of a program we already have that we administer through EFA, Keep Families Housed, and hundreds of families have avoided eviction and foreclosure due to the funding that the city provides to EFA, and EFA ably administers. And I don't know if we'll use EFA or some other organizations to administer the eviction prevention program, but we have seen it work time and time again, where just a few $100s in aid makes the difference between eviction and staying housed. And so I'm immensely grateful to Rui and to Aaron for improving the program, for the flexibility that everyone has shown. And I think that this ballot measure is really a testament to the collaboration of people in our community from diverse backgrounds. I think we're all trying to achieve the same thing, which is to keep families, keep people in their housing, and to avoid eviction or even the risk of eviction. So I'm going to fully support this.
Great. Thank you, Bob. And I agree with almost everything you said. Much of that was what I was thinking about saying. I'll step back then and thank the organizers first for carrying this petition in this tough time, and second for being flexible enough to hear ways to improve the program. just to reassure everyone, we would at this point not do anything that the petitioners didn't approve of, since they've qualified, and it is completely their right to have this be the way they want it. The hope here, of course, is to make sure that if it does pass, we don't get wrapped up in legal challenges for a year or more, so that we can use the funding to help people rather than to fight legal challenges. So all that is for the good. I also do think that the hope would be that the rental assistance program can really reduce the need for the legal representation piece of this. Regarding BHP, they are a very important part of our community with the affordable housing they provide and the programs that they administer. There's a lot of really good things there. But just to emphasize for everyone listening, the city of Boulder doesn't really control the Boulder Housing Partners organization. We have one representative from council who sits on the board of BHP, but it is an entirely independent organization. So assuming that this passes, which I believe it will, the administrator or the organizers, or even before the election, could approach BHP and have a conversation with them about how to fit them into this program. So I think, it is unlikely that the difference between a fee and the tax will make any difference as to whether BHP is included it or not. They're probably exempt from both, but they are a very focused organization on helping people. So to the extent that the organizers want to reach out to them and have a conversation, I expect that they would be receptive. And with that, Aaron, I would turn to you and see if you wanted to make a motion.
Great. Thanks, Sam. So I will go ahead and move that Council adopts Ordinance 8412, submitting to the registered electors of the City of Boulder at the municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, the no eviction without representation ballot measure. And specifically, the text included in David Gear's hotline post from approximately 5 o'clock this afternoon, and with two small edits to that. On the first paragraph of the ordinance, it includes the phrase rental assistance for persons that are venerable to eviction. That venerable should be changed to vulnerable. We want to protect our venerable community members as well, but vulnerable is the key word there. And then the other is to, in the ballot, title the table language shall the City of Boulder's taxes being annually by, I would propose the number 1.9 million.
Second. Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Yeah, and could I make a suggestion? Since you can't adopt it tonight, that what you're doing is amending on second reading, and we'll set third reading for consent on September 1st, if that's okay. And then I'd also ask you to continue the final reading, the second reading of 8411, because we don't have a formal notification from the committee that they're withdrawing. So if we'll continue that to September 1st, if they withdraw before then, we'll pull it off.
Great, very good. I'll use just the language that Tom described.
Can I offer a friendly amendment, Aaron?
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the requests that the committee had was the ballot title be no eviction without representation.
I think that's actually was changed in the version that went out at 5 o'clock.
It was going by the presentation that we saw tonight, but if it says that, then that's great.
Yeah, I'm looking at David Gear's thing, and it does not include that S.
Super.
Thanks for mentioning that.
Great. And so, Tom, I just want to be super clear. You're wanting the second reading hearing to be continued, or do you want us to take a vote tonight?
My preference would be that you continue second hearing on 8411 and that you vote to amend 8412 with the version that David Gear posted on Hotline this afternoon as amended by Aaron's two changes.
And we vote on that and pass 8412 tonight. Is that correct?
You pass it on second reading. It doesn't need to be a roll call. What you're doing is amended it on second reading, and then you'll finally adopt it on third reading on September 1st.
Great. Do you need two motions? Do you need one to continue 8411 and then we vote on 8412?
I think Aaron made both motions, and since neither requires a roll call, you can do them both by show of hands.
Okay.
And can I ask a question here? So, Tom, what's the mechanism for the kind of withdrawal coupled by final passage on third reading? Like, do we get a like a letter from them? How does that work?
I would ask that they send an email to the clerk saying they're withdrawing the petition.
Okay. And could they do that like contingent on passage of 8412 at third reading, just so we're clear about that?
That would be my recommendation, that they say that it's withdrawn contingent on the final passage of 8412 as amended.
Okay.
Great. And then just to clarify from process perspective then, right, that would be on third reading on September 1st, and that would be on the consent agenda, the idea that we would just pass it as a formality. Does that sound right? Okay.
Yes.
And my only other question is, so Bob, I'll call on you in a moment, is I have on my notes that this is a roll call vote for the second readings. Is that correct or incorrect?
Only if you were going to pass it as passed on first reading. Since you're amending 8412 and you want to give them a chance to withdraw 8411, that's why I suggest the continuation and the vote to amend.
Okay, so the vote that we're going to take right now is to amend 8412, and we're going to continue after that. So, okay, so we need and Bob, do you want to speak before we take the vote?
Yeah, before we vote, I just want to make sure that we check in with Rui one more time, because we've had a lot of discussion here, and I just want to make sure. I think Rui is the leader of the committee, and I'd just like to ask him one more time if he's comfortable with what we're doing here tonight.
Great.
Bear with me, I'm trying to get him back on the line.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, Rui, you should be able to unmute now.
Hey, here I am. Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Bob. So just quick note, I'm not the leader of the campaign. I'm only the chair. I think the renting people and workers behind me are definitely more vital. But yeah, we are fine with accepting the Ordinance 8412, the version that was submitted by David to the council outline earlier, with those two minor adjustments given by Aaron.
Great, thanks, Rui.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, very good. So what I need, I believe, is a show of hands for modifying 8412 and continuing the hearing for second reading for both. So if there's anyone who
Sam, I think just to be clear, it's continuing the hearing for 8411, but passing 8412 on second reading is amended.
That's
Tom,
right.
did I get that right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So as Aaron restated my mistaken summary, is there anyone who objects to passing it that way? Seeing none, it passes unanimously, both. Okay, very good. Thank you all. And thank you to the newer supporters for coming out tonight and letting us know what you think.
Okay.
I think we're ready.
Are we ready? Okay.
Yep.
On the agenda is matters from city manager. We have the financial and legislative update.
Good evening again, Council. Cheryl Patelli here, CFO for the city. I have a very abbreviated version. Next slide, please. I don't know who's. Thanks. So the first thing on our agenda, a very abbreviated version of the revenue update, followed by a federal funding update, which Carl Castillo will be presenting tonight. And next slide, please. Thanks. So on this slide, I just want to point your attention to the chart on the bottom and just point out, if you look at March, April, and May, you'll notice that the filings and collections continue to improve since the pandemic began. A lot of this is related to businesses getting their filings in, as well as staff working very hard on collecting from the businesses. June, you'll notice percent filed is 85%. This is preliminary data, so we are having businesses give us filings regularly. So this number will go up just like the previous months have been going up. Next slide. So this is normalized data for month over month for June as well as year to date. And by normalized, we mean if we did receive a late collection, we put it in the month that it was earned. So that's from our revenue report, which is on a cash basis, just so you can note that if you do look at the revenue report. June saw businesses remain open, but many had limited services. So as you can see the results at negative 15%, that is a significant decline over last year. However, compared to April and May, it does look significantly better. Just to point out a couple of our areas here, construction, sales and use tax was up. We've seen a lot of homeowners do home projects. So that's making that increase for June as well as year to date. Eating places are down 44%. Again, that's significant. However, it has improved over the last few months. The reopening is slow, limited capacity, as well as we've seen some restaurant shutdowns and just an overall reluctance of many people related to dining out. Food stores is down slightly. What we've seen here, we saw that big spike early on during the pandemic, but purchasing is really starting to flatten out. Finally, general retail remains sluggish. Although we have had gains from the online retailers, they're offset by the declines in our brick and mortar retailers here in town. Next slide. So accommodations tax continues to decline even pretty sharply compared to last month. And again, the CVB estimate for the entire year is a $4.3 million decrease over 2019. Next slide. So overall, our revenue still is down in June for a lot of our funds. The general fund, as you can see, is down, as well as the recreation activity fund, which is a fund from Parks and Rec. That's down, as we know, facilities, programs, cancellations, those types of things. I guess the silver lining here, planning and development, overall, their fund is up 3% year to date. And a lot of this relates, as you can see on this chart, to the different types of permits that are seeing increases over last year. Next slide. And this is my final slide. It's the comparative cities for March year to date. And Boulder is the first one in the yellow. As you can see, it continues to lag in most sectors. We believe that has to do with our loss in tourism, students, in commuters, as well as our general retail mix, so our lack of big box store. As a contrast, while not on this chart, the town of Superior has actually reported an increase in sales tax revenue through the end of May of 3%, noting the COVID stock up purchasing for the reason. As you know, they have Costco, they have Target, and they have very few eating places. They've got only 4% of their total tax revenue. So that's when we talk about the retail mix, or our entities like that are faring better than, unfortunately, the city of Boulder. With that, are there any questions on this? No?
Yeah, I got Aaron. I'm sorry.
Oh, Aaron.
Aaron, you're on mute.
Thanks for the presentation. I had a leftover question from the financial report that kind of bears on this a little bit. I noticed that our net position, the for the city, the net worth more or less of the city was up pretty substantially at the end of 2019, and wanted to see if that was kind of an accounting quirk, or did we end the year like with a fair amount more money than we started with? And I know we've been using fund balance to help cushion some of the difficulties this year, and has that been helpful?
I think it's a little bit of both. So the majority of the increase related to capital projects that we had. So we had the broadband fiber backbone. If you recall, we issued the bonds for that. So that was a pretty significant increase in funds. Also the remodeling of Scott Carpenter Pool and some land acquisitions. So as it's becoming capital, that is more an accounting issue, but we also did end up, I believe the general fund, we came in $4 million in excess, as well as some other funds. Actually, sales tax funds came in higher than what we had budgeted. So it's a mixture.
Good. And so we've been, I assume, taking advantage of some of those additional funds we ended the year to cushion the lost revenue this year?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good. Give me a moment here. I didn't see any other hand, Cheryl.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Carl Castillo from the City Manager's Office. Wanted to provide you a quick update. Two things, the prospects for the city securing new federal funding and how the city is planning on using the federal funding it has already secured. Next slide, please. So, as you all know, the CARES Act provided funding for local governments and states. It was $150 billion total. The city, Boulder, did not meet the qualification for getting direct funding. So at this point, we are, as we'll be talking about in a minute, we're receiving some money, but it's a very, very small money, very insignificant. So we remain in a situation where the city of Boulder and local governments throughout the country are sorely in need of additional financial aid from the federal government. And this is why we've been advocating for this with our congressional leaders since March. We've actually sent a letter in April and in July, and with the mayor's leadership, we've joined many organizations who have asked us to reach out to our congressional delegation. And we are at this point, we have a lot of support for our delegation. Both our congressmen and our two senators are on board. However, we're looking in particular to Senator Gardner to see if he can make a difference. I think he's in a unique position to actually shift the dynamics in the Senate. Next slide, please. So you know that I think you know that the HEROES Act was passed by the House, not considered by the Senate. It would have provided $375 billion in flexible aid for local governments. In July, the HEALS Act was passed in the Senate. It addressed other needs. It did not include any money for local governments. And as you see on the PowerPoint slide, there was an executive action or a series of executive actions that were taken by the president that did address a lot of issues, many of them that may not continue or not be able to survive any challenges in court. But again, it did not address funding for local governments. So we're at a point where we're looking for the next stimulus bill. We're looking for some compromise to be reached. The negotiations that had been taking place broke down on August 7th. At this point, our Democratic leadership is holding strong on a package of at least $2 trillion that includes money for states and local governments. The Senate has recessed and they won't be back until September 6th. However, they have been told that they could be called to vote on what is called a skinny coronavirus relief bill. This would basically bring them back for a 24-hour vote. This bill is less than the $1 trillion HEALS Act. It addresses a lot of priorities like the U.S. Postal Service, unemployment insurance, the payroll protection program, liability protection, funding for education, public health. But again, it does not include any funding for states and local governments. So I know you're all following the news. I can't tell you anything more than we're hoping for a settlement to be reached. And it probably will occur in early September at this point, unless there's some significant change in circumstances. Next slide, please. So moving on to how we're using the existing federal funding that we've received. The state of Colorado received $2.2 billion, $1.7 billion went to the state, and the state in turn developed a program administered by DOLA to allocate $219 million to the counties and municipalities that did not receive direct allocation. Boulder County and its municipalities were asked to share a little more than $27 million. And the breakdown on that was that it was 55% of it went to the county, 45% went to the remaining local governments on a per capita basis. So the city now has 4.754119 available to seek reimbursement. And what you see on this, I'm sorry, I need to, if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. What you see on this slide is the major requirements of how this money can be used. And the important thing is to be reminded that we can't use it for backfilling lost revenue, and we can't use it for expenses that were already accounted for in this year's budget. So next slide. So we already have just over $1.1 million in funds in expenditures that we've already incurred or that we anticipate incurring, things that are already put into motion. These are expenditures that we are very confident would be eligible for reimbursement. The biggest examples that we can provide are rental assistance, $350,000, challenge grant for small businesses, $200,000, and other expenses such as the purchase of new software to continue city business, $100,000. So this is the portion that we will be moving forward and seeking reimbursement in the next coming months. Next slide, please. We also thought that it was important to reserve 15% of what's been allocated to us, or $713,000, recognizing that there may be unanticipated COVID-related expenses that we need to incur due to the public health emergency. And we think those will become more obvious in the next month or two as the fall season begins. The way we're addressing this reserve, because we have to have used all the money up by the end of the year. So we want to have the reserve decreased by a certain percentage over time until December, so that by December, we will have known of any expenses that we need to incur, and we also will know about whether there's some expenses that we've already incurred that are eligible that we might not know about. So for example, guidance is still being updated on payroll and in what situations paying for people who've shifted to do work on COVID matters can be covered. So with those new developments, that's partly what we expect to use this reserve. Next slide, please. So what you see here is a graphical depiction of what we're talking about. So the pie represents the total amount allocated to the city. It's broken down by the funds that are already accounted for, which are the blue and the orange slices. It includes the reserve, which is in the gray slice, and then the large portion, the yellow part, is the funds that are still available to be used for other uses. Next slide, please. So we solicited some proposals from our departments on priority projects that they would like to move forward with, but they wouldn't be able to unless they knew they would be reimbursed. And we've reviewed those proposals using the criteria that you see here. I'll just walk through them. It needed to be something in this very first tranche that had to be very urgent. It had to be, of course, in response to the pandemic and the economic crisis. It had to comply with the eligibility of the Treasury guidelines that we received. It had to further or be consistent with the city's sustainability and resilience goals. And last but not least, it had to further the city's racial equity goals. And on that topic, I will refer you to page 710 in your packet, which does provide a rapid response equity assessment of the proposals we chose and explains why we believe they are consistent with our racial equity goals. Next slide, please. So in sum, we have identified up to $1.58 million to be allocated during this first tranche of expenditures. We've broken it down into three primary categories. As you see, $775,000 would be for business support, $740,000 for direct aid to residents, and $68,000 for city projects. Almost all of it is direct economic support to the community. Next slide, please. And what we have here is a depiction, again, of what we're talking about. The pie on the left represents the total amount that has been allocated to this city. The brown part represents the amount available for new expenditures. The pie on the right is the same amount broken down as follows. So the business support section the business support that we've talked about is represented in yellow, the direct aid to residents in blue, the city projects, a very small proportion of it in green, and then in gray, you see what would still be available even after the projects that we're about to talk about. So I'm going to walk through, next slide, please, the projects very quickly because I know you've read them, it's in your memo, and I want to make sure that we allow for time for questions that you may have about these. The first one is a micro grant program, and that would go towards small businesses with fewer than 100 employees. Criteria will be developed and announced next week. One important criteria that will be included is a preference for women and minority-owned businesses. The important thing to note here is that there'll be a lot of screening on the front end to make sure that these businesses are viable, but that of course that they still need the money and that they comply with the criteria. But then afterwards, there'll be substantial flexibility in how they determine how best to use the money. The second one described here is the Safe Boulder campaign, which is really encouraging safe and responsible visitation to our businesses. And an educational campaign about that. Next slide, please. So what we have here are a series of direct aid to residents that we think are a huge priority right now. The first is, as you know, the Be There Homeless Ambassador program that you were briefed about. Basically, this is conducting outreach to people experiencing homelessness to ensure that they have COVID-19 related information and resources and general navigation materials. The next three, the food, the financial and mental behavioral health assistance, these all go to augment the health equity and human services grants that the city has already awarded earlier this year. This will just provide additional amounts that we now think are necessary. Then there's the Digital Divide program that will increase online access for our residents, and a housing helpline that will provide financial assistance and social services to help keep people housed. Next slide, please. Then there are the small amount that is for city programs. The first one is a hypochlorous-based disinfecting program for the fire department. Essentially, it would be providing funds for 6 additional electrostatic sprayers, and also a system to create this hypochlorous acid, which is actually, interestingly, composed of salt, vinegar, and water. So it's very sustainable, and it is not so much for cleaning, but for disinfection, and something that they find to be very useful and important. Then we also would spend $25,000 for fencing to discourage informal congregations of large groups on and approaching Flagstaff Mountain. We would spend $19,200 for porta potties and in 4 open space areas where COVID has resulted in increased visitation. And then finally, we would widen the stairs at the Chautauqua Ranger Station, the area that leads to the meadow, to support social distancing. That's an area that right now sees a lot of crowding, and wider stairs would be helpful. So after this meeting, and after hearing your comments and questions, we will be notifying directors to move forward with these expenditures tomorrow. We will continue to work with the county collaborative. Essentially, we're checking in with the county to make sure that we have the additional benefit of understanding how they're going about using this money. There is still proposals to work collaboratively on economic support for businesses and on human services projects. And so we will be exploring that for the remaining tranches of the funding. We expect to have made decisions by September or October on the remaining amounts of the funds. But as I said earlier, it could very well be as late as December, which would be December 31st would be our final deadline. Next slide, please. So that is the end of my presentation. I'm available for questions. And I also wanted to note that the team that's been working on this is online as well. And that includes Deputy City Manager Chris Meschuk, Deputy Director of Housing and Human Services, Kirsten Heiser, Business Services Manager Mark Wolf, Tax and Special Projects Manager Joel Wagner, and Senior Budget Analyst Samantha McQueen. So with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Carl. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. And I have one question. If you go back three slides to the housing support piece of the presentation, you had the Be There program, and then you had some housing support. My question is, how are we going to get the word out about those programs? Are those going to go through existing programs, or will there be a separate effort to let people know about these? So
it's a good question, Mayor, and I'd like to ask Kristen Heiser if she's available to answer that.
Sure. Good evening, Kristen Heiser, Deputy Director of Housing and Human Services. So the way that we're going to approach disseminating these dollars is working with existing partners. So when it comes to the food assistance, financial assistance, mental and behavioral health funds that will be going out, we will continue to provide those dollars, amending current agreements that we have with EFA and other community agencies, and continuing promoting through the same means that we've been doing, as well as probably expanding our outreach efforts to make sure people know where and how to access these dollars.
very good. And then just to follow up with that, with food assistance, financial assistance, I think I understand how EFA would use that. Who would be receiving the dollars for Be There, and particularly for the digital divide?
So with the Be There program, we'll be going through a procurement process to award those funds to a local nonprofit. We're going through that process right now. We're hoping to have the program stood up in mid-September. And so we will be contracting with a local nonprofit, and the dollars that we're receiving will reimburse the city for the costs that we are putting towards part of the staffing, as well as some of the operating costs. As for the digital divide, we are looking to distribute those dollars through our older adult services, our family services program, as well as we are partnering with the library and BBSD. We actually have a meeting tomorrow to start determining the best means of getting those dollars out. I did want to clarify really quick with the digital divide, it goes beyond just hotspots and tech. We're also looking at that being helping people with their internet fees, as well as technical support. It might be some online programming to reach out to our residents. So it's meant to be a very flexible funding source.
Great. And I just want to compliment everybody. This is a great presentation, very clear. And it's amazing how quickly staff has moved. We got confirmation of these dollars, I believe, at the end of July. So I'm sure you're planning before that, but good work, everyone. So I've got Adam, Rachel, and Aaron. Adam?
Thanks, Sam, and thanks, Carl, for the presentation. My question is probably best for Yvette, and that has to do about the small business loans. I've seen in the news from the CARES Act at the national level, a lot of those funds ended up going not to the best places to utilize them. So what are our preventative measures in our auditing system to ensure that those are going to the best places? And I was wondering if the 100-person cap, does that only apply to how many employees they have in Boulder, or is that a nationwide, statewide type cap?
Thanks for your question, and I'd like it if Mark could join me on the video to help answer this question. Hey, Mark. Let me introduce you to my colleague who's been on the committee and working very hard. So I'm often in front of you, but I never want to take advantage of an opportunity to acknowledge other people who've contributed and continue to. I'm going to answer the first part of your question. You're right. A lot of organizations did not receive or did not apply for PPP or EIDL loans. And we, unfortunately, despite all the great efforts of SBDC, have not been able to get that information broken down to locally who has received those funds in Boulder to our satisfaction. So we'll be using this process to get more information on that. A lot is still in queue. And I know that Mark and I have been working diligently with other members of our team and our alliance partners on criteria. Mark, what would you like to share about 100 people?
Yeah, I think the important thing that we'd like to share with council is we've been working with the Colorado Enterprise Fund, who we have an existing relationship to administer our microloan program. We feel it's important to have that third party, that expert in vetting businesses to make sure that they're viable, that the use of funds is proper and in alignment with federal criteria. So we think that'll go a long way. I think opening it to 100 employees, it's only, roughly 150 businesses that are between that 50 and 100 employee category. We are also, as a part of the criteria, looking at City of Boulder businesses that have their employment base here.
So the 100 employees would have to be here, Adam. We are looking at other criteria. Again, none of this is finalized, but things like no publicly traded businesses, things like that, because we really understand council's priority to think about things that are happening locally and small employers. You will recall that in the last tranche, with the help of the Community Foundation and the Boulder Chamber, it was 50 employees or less. We got some feedback that there are people just slightly above that that are really hurting. So we're trying to just be a little bit more generous than that. For most federal programs, it is defined as 500 employees or less, and some programs are 250 employees or less. We're going slightly smaller than that. Hope we answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you both for that. Really appreciate it.
Could I follow up on that question, please? I just wanted thank you for that, Yvette and Mark. I had a question about the application process, and is it a fairly simple thing? Is it a long form? How does that work for people?
So we're talking about an online form, and Mark and I think spent an hour today with Colorado Enterprise Fund kind of going through that to talk about what might be next steps. Mark, did you want to describe our general thoughts about how long the form would be and the process?
Yes, we're trying to strike a balance between getting enough information to be able to really drill down to the businesses that we're trying to target, but also for the application process to be intuitive for businesses. So what we have discussed with CEF is a fairly simple online form where the scoring would be essentially automatic. So there's not an extensive uploading of documents or writing in narrative, that we're just trying to get the heart of where you're at as a business, what type of business you're at, if you've received other sources of funding and that sort of thing. So we haven't exactly finalized the number of questions. What we're looking at is somewhere in the ballpark of 12 to 15 questions that hopefully will be pretty straightforward.
And as we did last time, Mary, it would be available in English and Spanish, hosted and posted to the city's website, also promoted by our alliance partners, and trying to make it as simple as possible. Because there will be some vetting of the businesses, we do anticipate a little bit more financial information than previously requested about these businesses.
Okay, thank you. And if people need it, will there be assistance available to help them with the form?
We certainly can look at that, and I'll take that back to the Alliance partners. We rely heavily on our partners for those kinds of assistance, but we can take that back to the group as part of the process.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. And then we've got Rachel and Aaron and back to Mary. Rachel?
Thanks for that presentation. My question's on the 15% reserve of about $700,000. It says reserved for expenses that may be become necessary by the end of the year, and then it'll be a dropping percentage. So just want to make sure like that whole 700,000 is not included in the current budget or numbers that we're looking at. That's like a whole separate set aside, but I think it all has to be spent in 2020. Is that accurate?
So yes, it all has to be spent by the end of the year. And the 713,000 is distinct from the amounts that we talked about for those three large buckets of businesses, direct aid, and city projects. Does that answer your question, or is there?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It seems, there's not, 2020 has taken 78 years to get through, the first half, but really there's only like 4 more months left, right? Like we're down to the second half, or so in that amount of time, I would think that money will have to be allocated in the next couple of months to be spent by December 31st.
Exactly. So as I showed in that last pie, there's still a large amount that we haven't even identified what to use for. The reserve is sort of an addition to that as well. The difference is the reserve is something that we're thinking for not so much new projects, but things that are like forced upon us, things that we have no choice, just like the expenses that we've made up till now.
Yeah, but in a really like a narrow amount of time, because I assume we'll have to like authorize it and spend it prior. So just wanted to check on the timing there. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And just to follow up on that, where does the COVID Recovery Center fall on this? Is that those expenses covered? Was it too early? Is that going to be something that's covered by this?
So let me start off by answering. The COVID Recovery Center is partly a county-wide project. So I believe that's one of the projects that we're going to ask the county to use some of their funds to cover. This is kind of an awkward way for them to hear about that. We will be making that request very soon. But there's also portions that I think are considered more city-specific. Kristen, are you available to answer that question?
Yeah. So our intentions with the CRC is to pursue FEMA reimbursement because it's very much aligned with the use of FEMA dollars. We've also held back some of our CDBG CV dollars to cover any additional if there are costs that FEMA will not cover. So right now we are hoping to get them reimbursed as much as we can using FEMA and other federal sources.
Great, thank you. And then Rachel, did you have anything else? Nope. Okay.
I was shaking my head. Sorry.
Okay, you got it. Yep. So Aaron and then Mary. Aaron.
Yeah, my question was on the reserves as well. So just a little bit of a follow up to that. So, Carl, we do have a kind of a tight time frame, but one of the things I really appreciate about how this is structured is the direct aid to small businesses and other people in the community who are struggling. And those needs are nearly bottomless, right? I mean, they're much greater than these dollar amounts. So is the intention that as we get near to the end of the timeline, any funds that we have not had a specific use for that we could redirect towards those direct assistance programs?
So not necessarily the intention, but certainly a possibility. So if nothing else, I think, as you say, there's an inexhaustible need in the community, whether that's businesses or individuals. So yes, we will not leave any money on the table. We will not be sending, allowing money to return to the treasury that we could have used. But we are not necessarily foreseeing that as being the case, because frankly, I think we don't want to overdo it for programs that maybe aren't designed to handle more than the amount. So frankly, one way of looking at this is we wanted to move forward really quickly, which is what we're doing right now, on funding that we knew was essential, and we thought it's super important to get it out there right away. What you're bringing up is sort of the considerations of how do we go about evaluating the appropriate use of money for the remainder of the year. So we're hoping to take a breath and then consider all the options. And we also think that this next stimulus bill is going to include expanded allowances for how the money is used. So for example, it might say you can use the money through the end of next year, or I think there was one in the HEALS Act that actually talked about extending it till the fiscal year. No, actually, it'd be the end of next year. So there's a variety of things that we expect to take place that would help inform how we spend the money. First and foremost, on how COVID ends up, continuing to be an issue, more or less in the months of September and October.
Okay, yeah, so fair enough. So it's not the intention to do what I said, but the intention is to make sure that we put all of that funding to good use.
Exactly.
Great, thank you.
And I would just raise, as long as we're talking about use of funds, the University of Colorado students are back, and I know there's a lot of concern in the community about that. So I would just put out there the possibility for education and enforcement program that could be used in areas where there's a lot of off-campus students. I think CU seems to have a really strong program for students who are living in the dorms and their classrooms and so on. I think it's the off-campus impacts that we've been hearing a lot about from our community. So just one thought would be, how can we work maybe coordinating with CU to help buff up an education and an enforcement program for, especially now when the students are just getting here. We don't know how that's going to go.
That's a great idea.
So I don't see any hands up. Is there any other comments or feedback on this? Seeing none, I just want to thank staff for jumping on this. I'm glad we have some funding. Carl's right. This was a big concern of everyone's, to see what we could get from the federal government to help mitigate the impacts of COVID. And I'm just really impressed with how well organized this is. So I would just suggest to Jane also that we make these somewhat regular, just so we can keep track of, like Rachel asked, how much money is left and what are we using it for and so on. But this is a great start.
Yep, we can do that. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you, Carl. And thank you, Yvette, and everyone. So I think we're ready to move on.
Okay. Next on the agenda is matters from the city attorney. And item A is the ballot measures issue.
And so I don't have much of a presentation. This was scheduled for council's further discussion of what to do with the pending ballot measures. I do have one slide, if we could put it up, that just shows all the ballot measures that have been submitted this year and how many signatures they submitted and how many they got, how many were validated. And so this is that slide.
Great. Okay, very good. So this item was really a placeholder that CAC put on some time ago. And it seems like we've gone through pretty much every one of these. The one that's pending, obviously, is the bedrooms initiative. And so I guess just to make perhaps short work of this, is there anyone who has changed their mind in how they are approaching the bedrooms initiative? In other words, is there any thought that we should change our approach to that? So that would require somebody to change their position. Okay, well, I don't see anyone. Let me look for comments here briefly. Aaron.
I didn't raise my hand, but this is our chance to save the city some money. We could just get it done.
Okay, so that was a pitch. I assume that you're not changing your position.
No, I'm not.
Okay. So seeing that, Tom, thank you for the summary. I think we're ready. Adam, okay.
Mine is on a separate issue, actually, that I sent to CAC, and I just wanted to get a word in at the end of this.
Okay, that's fine. So then it seems like we're done with that. So Adam, why don't you tell us what your word is?
Sure. Just a recognition that getting ballot measures online petitioning happening is still a priority by us. I believe I was told that our next update is going to be in October, but I just wanted to hear from Tom real quick that the process is still ongoing and that we're actually moving forward in the present moment.
Yes, and we can take the slide down now, I guess. We've reached agreement with Boulder County. We have access to their database. We have received the first version of the program. Our staff is currently testing it and doing updates with the vendor. We expect to have it fully online and operational by the end of the year. So it'll be ready for those ballot measures at the beginning of next year. I will also be bringing forward at some point in the fall an ordinance where council can decide specifics of implementing it.
Thanks for that, Tom.
Pleasure.
Okay, Rachel.
Don't sound so excited. I just wanted to say that this has obviously been a pretty, the Veterans Are for People ballot measure in particular, pretty wrenching and heartfelt issue for a lot of people in our community. So I wanted to thank people for writing in and coming and speaking again tonight. And I think there's been some intimation that they were, they're not team players because they sued the city, and just wanted to share that I appreciate how that has been so botched in 2020, and I just want them to be heard. So thanks.
Great, and I'll just wrap up with CAC will be looking at scheduling to bring back for discussion the entire bundle of election issues going forward. So that includes electronic petitioning, but it also includes making sure that we've got our dates and numbers right and that we have any ordinances that point to the state if we need to, as well as the possibility of having a group convene to look at ranked choice voting more broadly than just the mayor. So I think all of this is going to come back in the fall timeframe. We're kind of full right now, just trying to get through getting the ballot set. But I believe, Adam, that it's our intention to bring all of this back before the end of the year.
I'd say, Rachel, thanks for that. I just echo all the things you said. Thanks.
Okay, with that, I think we're done with that item.
Okay, so we move on to matters from the mayor and members of council. Our first item is the charter committee update regarding emergency suspension of charter provisions.
So this is me. The charter committee met and started discussing the provisions that we had brought forward on first reading to provide an amendment to the charter that would allow council to suspend certain provisions during an emergency. And the consensus of the committee was, I think the unanimous view of the committee was that it's not fully baked, and that the best process would be to ask CAC to schedule a study session sometime in the fall or in the beginning of the first quarter of 2021 to really do a deep dive into whether it should go forward and what specific provisions should or should not be included. That trying to do it for this election cycle is too quick. It's much better to have a discussion, get council's feedback more specifically on the provisions, and then do it in a more orderly manner for perhaps the 2021 ballot.
Great, thank you. And does anyone from the charter committee have anything to add to that? Great, seeing nothing. Thank you, Tom. So, Debbie, the next item.
Our next item is the update on evaluations for the city attorney and the municipal judge.
Mary, would you like to take that?
I will start, and then perhaps Aaron can fill in whatever I miss. So
this is evaluation.
yes, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm confusing myself too. So one of the things that the search committee determined was that the evaluations committee and the search committee were actually two different committees. And so the search committee will consist of Aaron and myself, and the evaluations committee will continue to be Sam and myself. And so that was one of the determinations. And we spoke with Jen Sprinkle, the new human resources director, and she was going to follow up on the suggestion that Bob had made that we use the same consultant that Boulder Housing Partners used for a short, quick evaluation. And so she was going to get going on that today. And that's where we're at.
Great, and I would point out that Jen is on the line. Jen, would you like to give us any thoughts about going forward?
Yeah, I did reach out to the external consultant that you are considering for the performance evaluations. And so I will be happy to support you with next steps as I hear back from that consulting firm.
Okay, great. So we do have a plan now going forward on that, which is progress. Anyone have any questions? Aaron, I see your hand still up. Is that on this? Nope. Okay. Any last thoughts?
Just thank you to Jen.
Yes, thank you, Jen.
Happy to help.
Okay.
All right, our next item is the appointment of the interim city manager.
Yep, and on this item, we all know that Jane will be leaving the city, unfortunately, coming up here in the short term. So one of the things we need to do is appoint an interim city manager. And so I would turn now to Aaron and Bob. Aaron?
It's actually Aaron and Mary. Mary, do you want to start or should I?
Why don't you start, please?
Okay. Well, so as we all know that Jane's leaving us in just a few short months, and we wanted to be really clear about the kind of order of succession as soon as possible. So both for the council and for the city organization. So this was made very easy because we felt like there was a very clear choice for the interim city manager, which is Chris Meschuk. So he's done a very able job as the deputy city manager for the last quite a long time. And Mary and I spoke individually with other council members, and there was unanimous agreement that he was the right choice for this position. So Mary and I spoke with Chris Monday afternoon, and he was interested, fortunately for us, in taking that on. With the stipulation is Chris is very much interested in doing this as an interim city manager position. So we assured him that the deputy city manager position was still there and waiting for him after we finish the search process and bring the new city manager online. So I think we can rest assured that Chris would do a phenomenal job in this role. And what we're looking tonight is for council to agree for us, along with Jen, to go negotiate a contract with Chris for that interim city manager position. Did I get that right, Mary?
Very good. So I've got Rachel and then Mark. Rachel?
Just wanted to express sincere gratitude to Chris for being willing to take this on. There has been, I don't know how it is in other council years, but a lot of turnover in a really difficult year on this council. And I think Chris provides some awesome stability, and I'm just really grateful. Thanks.
Great.
You'll have my
Mark?
full support.
Mark?
Yeah, I am delighted Chris will take this on. I can't think of a better choice to perform this. And I just wanted to say to Mary and Aaron, I agree wholeheartedly with your approach and your decision. So thank you both.
Very good. Bob?
Really a question, Tom, do we need a motion? And if so, I'd be happy to make one.
You know, a motion would be good. And it should be effective upon Jane's departure, right, Bob?
Yeah. I move that council appoint Chris Meschuk as interim city manager effective upon Jane Brodigan's retirement.
Second that. So I think we should take a vote. I think this is show of hands. So is there any objection to Chris being appointed to the interim city manager position? Great. Seeing none, that's unanimous. And Chris, I look forward to all of us getting a chance to work with you in that role as well. We really appreciate your service. Thank you very much.
And well, let's give Chris the chance to say a couple well-chosen words while we've got him here on the screen.
You bet.
Not to put you on the spot or anything, Chris.
Sure. No, thank you, Aaron. And thanks to all of you for such kind words. It is truly an honor to be asked to serve as the interim city manager during this time period of transition. We have an incredible team here at the city, and I really do look forward to partnering with all of you on council, with Jane and our leadership team to prepare for her retirement and transition. As I was telling Aaron and Mary, Boulder as a community and as an organization is a place that I care so deeply about. And to have the opportunity to serve the community in this capacity is truly a true honor. So I'm very grateful. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And we are honored by your willingness to work with us on this. So thank you so much.
And we're going to get a signature on that agreement before you can back out. So, don't go anywhere.
Okay. Good enough. So I think that brings us to the end of our scheduled items. Does anyone have any debrief or discussion items they want to bring up? Okay, seeing none, thank you all. It was a very good meeting, and we'll see you in a couple of days. Meeting is adjourned. Oh.
I don't know what to do with myself for the next hour and a half.
So Thursday's meeting is a 5 p.m. start, is that right?
Oh, it is not. I'm sorry, I should have covered that. The earliest that we could start would be 5:45, and I don't think we should do something odd like that. So let's just stick with the 6 o'clock start. One of the council members couldn't make it before 6 o'clock.
All right.
Okay.
See y'all at 6 in a couple of days.
Y'all at 6 on Thursday. Take
Good
care.
night.
Good night.